Yeah, that's it. Wow, I thought I'd be more awake today. I couldn't have been more wrong. How's it going, chat? I'm tired as hell. It's good to see you all, though. How are you doing? Welcoming everybody who is here already. Legends in the stream. We got Hunter Biden's bathroom. We got Atomically Powered. We got Valerie Valkyrie. Is it it's Valkyrie, isn't it? You just say Valkyrie. You don't say Valkyrie. I don't know why I do that sometimes. Anyway, Valerie Valkyrie, hello. Nappers, welcome in. Johnny, welcome in. Middle-earth Marks is welcome in. When I streak for Britain. Network, Red Bear, Brody. How are y'all doing? Blessed Relief, it's so much cooler today. It is cooler, but it is still warm. Proving my point that the humidity is the worst part about living in Britain. It's terrible. And if another fucking Yankee bastard says to any British person, even if it's not me, just buy aircon, I'm gonna reach through the screen and grab you. That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna pull you close to me and I'm gonna say, are you fucking paying for it, dickhead? Yankee Doodle dickhead. And then very suddenly release you. Because hopefully you will have realized the key flaw in your argument, which is that none of us have any fucking money! You know, like, it's just insane. It's just completely insane. Like, how much more money do Americans really have? I know that Americans don't have that much money lying around. So these people must be just like coming from a mad privileged background or something, where they've got loads of dough to just spare. Somehow they've just like, just buy AC, bro. Just buy AC, innit? It's like, what are you talking about? With what money? £500. They live with multiple credits. That's stupid. It's stupid to do that. It's stupid to be in debt. It's stupid to choose to be more in debt. You know? I know that some people can't help it, and I don't want to upset anyone who is in debt. I'm in debt. I don't want to get more in debt. Sorry, I don't want to get more in debt. You know? Classic American HVAC trees is so true. Yeah. Just walk to the store and buy an HVAC. Also, yeah, not that simple. Got to get it delivered. Got to get it installed or whatever. I don't even... The most common version of an aircon that we have in the UK are them like £300 units. And you basically like plug it. They're just like a fan with like a radiator inside. Because we don't actually need a load of... aircon in our houses. Generally speaking, you just need one for the house, right? So you don't need like aircon in every room or whatever. You wouldn't need that. But they're still £500. They're still like £300 to £500. Just mad stuff. And then your cheaper lecky for the summer is fucked by that. Exactly. You're paying more money to have your fucking aircon on. A whole air system will put you 4 figures in debt from zero. Never mind if you start with some already. Yeah, exactly. Window units are still pricey and get bought up every heat wave anyway. This is the thing, yeah. It's not gonna work. Our houses are made of bricks. You can't get that duct in a lot of housing. They weren't made for it. Yeah, like this is the thing. It's a climate change induced infrastructure problem. Like that's the issue that we're having. Like, that is genuinely the issue that we're having. And, you know, old people are dying. They're getting sent to hospital because of it. Not just old people, but disabled people. We were talking about this yesterday. I don't need to fucking go over it again, right? It's stressing me the fuck out having to talk about it. It's stressing me out because I'm hot. And I'm having to talk about this shit on repeat. It's much cooler here than Manchester, I think. Like 5 degrees cooler. Yeah, I wonder if that is because of the humidity in Manchester. Because there's just so many canals around and stuff. And it's a swamp. It's like a fucking swamp. I know the whole of Britain is like that, but... The humidity in France is so much worse than South America. I'm going to die badly. Can't imagine how much worse it is in the UK. Go with God. I mean, yeah, like, we're more swamp than France. So, yeah, it is like that. Famously, lots of ACs available at Supercenter in the middle of a heat wave. That's true. The King's got some. Very true. The poorest US states have a similar average income to the whole of the UK. That's crazy. So they are, on average, richer than us. How distant to the sea is Manchester? I mean, you're talking 50 miles away from the sea. So it's not like we're close to the sea or whatever. But the problem with Manchester is that we're surrounded by peat hills, like hills that are just full of peat. And that retains so much moisture from all the rain. And so what happens is the sun hits those hills and the humidity just fucking comes off it, right? Oh, talking miles. 50 miles, kilometers. That's about 70 kilometers, 70, 80 kilometers or something. Yeah. It's about 80 clicks. 80 clicks. London's meant to just be a swamp, isn't it? Not metaphorically. Yeah. Literally, like, all the ground is the same, like, the sort of, like, peaty ground and stuff. And obviously, you got the River Thames running through it. Like, the River Thames is massive, and the groundwater, it just permeates through the whole city. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter how deep your foundations are. There's going to be groundwater just, you know, going through the whole place. And yeah, the issue with Manchester is not quite that. There is a lot of groundwater, I think, because of the canals and the rivers and stuff. But it is particularly the fact that, you know, the way that hills work, and the way that thingy works. London has a lot of people too. I don't think it's got anything to do with the people. I'm going to be real, because places like Abu Dhabi have lots of people and it's super dry there. The amount of people doesn't have anything to do with humidity. Do you know what I mean? Unless you're all like in a room enclosed together, then that's different. But the difference between dry heat and humid heat is generally because of the amount of water that permeates in the fucking. Do you know what I mean? We Londoners have that humidity gene. Yeah, no, it's nothing to do with people being in there. The infrastructure issue in the UK is very upsetting. It makes sense. It stresses you out to think about it. It's just really stressful, especially when, you know, Yanks are there, and it's like, I'm being so for real. Like, the amount of, like, brick-built homes in America is so minimal compared to the UK. Like, every gaff is made out of bricks. Literally every single gaff is made out of bricks. It's all we know, man. We've only just started doing fucking big glass towers, and that's gentrifying everybody out of the fucking inner city areas, like I've been talking about for the last 10 years. You know what I mean? Hey, Link, how's it going? Also, hi, Anglopunk. Good to see you. Sorry I missed you there. Hey, Morton, how's it going? It always annoys me when people think they know their own circumstances better than you do. Yes, exactly. The concrete does increase local temperature. There's a hiking trail near me with a creek next to it. Easily 10 to 20 degrees cooler on it than in the city proper. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Again, it's just like, yeah. In America, you've got, like, a different issue with the heat. And that's why whenever Americans comment on, like, the British problem of you know, our heat. First of all, the country, just like the actual size of the country, and the fact that problem, the humidity problem, the water problem, the swamp problem, encompasses the entirety of the problem. You know, it's the same in Ireland, as far as I know. In Ireland, they have like a really similar, what would you just call it, like environment to us. You know, it's very swampy, it's very boggy. I think it's even worse in Ireland. I think because obviously Ireland are known for their bogs, right? And you know, we have like a bit of that in the UK, but I guess Ireland is like the shield that shields us from the rain from the Atlantic, so it's less boggy, it's less wet, but it is, you know, still wet, right? Climate and topography. We have a similar climate and topography to Ireland. Yeah. Except for in Scotland. Scotland has got, like, mad topography. Huge hills and that. Why 25 degrees really is hot in the UK? Okay, let's watch this while we're warming up. Hey, Robin Grayson, how are you doing?
High temperatures in London.
Londoners are...
You got your bike fixed and got a bike trainer, so I'm hoping to hit 110 kilos this month. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm doing good. Hello, Hippie Marshmallow. Yeah, I forgot to say, well done to all the streakers. Middle-earth Marxist with 105 streams watched. Valerie Valkyrie with 105 streams watched consecutively. Nappers with 30 streams watched. Let's go. And new chatter, literally new chatter, Robin Grayson with 3 consecutive streams watched. Let's go. It was 28 degrees when I was in London, and that was fucked up. Yeah. 1,000%. 1,000%. It's just the humidity.
looking for relief from the stifling conditions.
Little haze it, the current heat wave doesn't come with...
And it's so stupid because in the UK, yeah, like we saw like kids messing around with water then. If you get wet, it just makes it worse because you're just like increasing all the humidity around you and shit. And so like you dry off and you're like, oh, and it feels really nice. And then all of a sudden it's like your gaff's just really humid because you've just like evaporated all the water off your body in your gaff.
Problem.
When the UK struggles,
hey Vord, how's it going?
Wave, temperatures over there can get as high as the mid-30s.
For someone like me who deals with this weather for winter, that doesn't sound like much. So do the Brits just need to toughen up?
I mean, we've got roads melting here in our summers.
We're all used to different climates, yes, but there's more to it than that.
This is the worst banana I've ever had. It tastes like shit. I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm getting rid of it. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I think I left it out for too long. It doesn't look like it's off. It just tastes so bad. I gotta get rid of that.
For starters, a heatwave is relative. Basically, it's different depending on where you are. The World Meteorological Organization loosely defines it as more than 5 consecutive days of temperatures exceeding the average max by 5 degrees Celsius. So in the UK, it averages about 20 degrees over the summer months, whereas in Australia, it averages about 30 degrees. This means it doesn't take as...
Oh my god, Loki Human thank you for the 6 months in advance. Wait, what? Did you do that today? 6 months in advance today. You literally did 6 subs at once. Oh my god. 7 months cumulatively so far.
Higher temperature to trigger a heat wave.
Thank you so much for the 6 months. That's crazy.
Other cities, in Toronto, their summers are about 25 degrees.
Thank you so much, Loki Human.
Days over 32 degrees.
Appreciate you.
And in India, with
Link with the 30 consecutive streams watched. Let's go.
I wouldn't call a heat wave unless the air temperature...
Arizona dry heat is even better when the thermometer number is higher. And I'll die on that hill. I reckon it is. I reckon it totally is. Like, I've been in countries, like I say, where it is just, like, dry heat. And I've also experienced, like, dry heat here as well. There is dry heat here. But it's rare. And when you experience dry heat... I mean, like, for example, a sauna is dry heat, right? And I can sit in the sauna for, like, 15 minutes. I'm sweating my ass off, but it's 80 degrees. And the humidity is like 10%. It can't be higher than 10%. Otherwise, you'll like die, right? You get like the wet bulb effect or whatever it's called. Is it called the wet bulb? Wet bulb temperature? Where like water condenses inside your lungs and then you just die. Sauna is wet. Sauna can be wet. Yeah, you put water in the thing. Yeah. Yeah. You put water on the coals in the sauna, innit? I could sit in that fucker for 15 minutes, no problem. 80 degrees. It's 80 degrees warm in the sauna. You know? And if you go in it when it's just like 60 degrees, it's fucking fine. You know?
Reached at least...
Thank you for the 80 consecutive streams watch for. Let's go.
So in Australia and other countries with high summer temperatures...
You said sauna is dry heat. Yeah. Like, it's drier than like... what we experience outside of a sauna in the UK. Like, the humidity in Manchester is like fucking 47%. You know what I mean? That's it's like fucking a quarter of that.
Our buildings are built to keep
That's dry heat.
possible.
The concept is nothing new. It's called vernacular architecture, where buildings are designed based
Vernacular?
on needs, materials, and traditions.
Oh.
Take a look at this house. This is a Queenslander found in, well, Queensland. They're built out of timber and on stumps.
Yeah,
The space
fucking
underneath the house
colonizer.
helps cool the building through ventilation. There's always a wide veranda for shading and protection from heavy rains, and a corrugated iron roof which is lightweight and durable.
And there are plenty of other examples of this type of building for your environment from around the world.
This is a house from the Asir province of Saudi Arabia, where the temperature is moderate but it rains often. The protruding slates cascade rain away from the clay walls. In the Philippines, Bahay Kuba...
Wait, I don't understand that at all. I don't understand what that means. What does this mean?
province of Saudi Arabia, where the temperature is moderate but it rains often. The protruding slates cascade rain away
It rains often out here.
from clay walls. In the Philippines, Bahay Kuba huts are built with bamboo, with sufficient ventilation for the hot summer, and raised above the ground to protect against torrential flooding. The igloos of the Inuits, rondavels in Africa, and gears in Mongolia. You get the idea. And along with this,
Yeah, in that
there's
particular
plenty of
province.
other architectural choices made to respond to the environment.
China has some
public
extremely cool
spaces
temperature
include
control
plenty of
architecture.
shade.
Do you know what I really like? I think that this is also Saudi Arabia. Or it might be Egypt. I can't remember. Yeah, these motherfuckers. No, it's Iran. It's always Iran. It's always Iran. When it's shit like this. A badgir. But I do think that they're spread across the West Asia region. These things, they're called wind catchers or badgir. Traditional architectural element used to create cross ventilation and passive cooling in buildings. Wind catchers come in various designs depending on whether local prevailing winds are unidirectional, bidirectional, multidirectional, and how they change with altitude, daily temperature cycle, on humidity, and how much dust needs to be removed. Despite the name, wind catchers can also function without wind. What? Yeah, chat, this is so smart. Check it out. Right? The wind goes in these things here, gets caught in these towers, goes down, and swirls around inside this dome where it condenses. So, like, any water moisture condenses, and that becomes water. So you get drinking water from that. And then I think it gets funneled into various houses through, like, vents and shit. Here's a shot on India's vernacular buildings, including how the same tech we now use in fridges. Let's go.
Indian vernacular architecture was designed to stay cool in hot places. So here are 3 techniques used in Indian architecture that can help with the heat. Now we think bigger windows will help get a lot of air circulated inside our home.
No, small.
That doesn't always work when the temperature
Val put this in the chat yesterday, not this short, but she said in the chat yesterday. Valerie, the lovely Italian, if you have a small window, it's much better because the heat, the water moisture condenses. So yeah,
outside are
small and more rather than
Instead,
just
the
like one big
vernacular
one.
Buildings, especially in places like Rajasthan, had thick walls and smaller windows. The thick walls
So smart.
helped keep the insides cool, but the small windows gave rise to an amazing phenomenon. Because the windows were small, the hot air outside was made to pass through a small opening, forcing it to cool down and pick up speed.
Oh,
This
that's so
phenomenon
good,
is
man.
known as Venturi effect. Next up, we have the beautiful courtyards. If you've ever
Chat, I'm just gonna get a fucking slat of wood that is the same size as my window and just cut a little hole in it. Like, that's all I'm gonna do.
been to a traditional Indian home, more often than not, you would notice that
There's a similar principle at work when you blow cool air and you make your mouth smaller. Oh my god, that's so...
during summer,
That
the
makes
air
so much
is heated
sense!
and it naturally
Chat, you can do it right now. Blow out of mouth air with small mouth. It cold. Blow out of hair with big mouth. Warm. Magic? Yes.
rises up. This creates a low pressure zone and the wind from surrounding openings would rush to
I'm gonna get a slab of wood.
gentle breeze in the home. A lot of
Drill
homes
tiny
also
holes
have
in it,
small
the size of my
fountains
window.
water
We're gonna
bodies
call it a
in
mule
these
hole.
areas. And it
A
was
muley
just
hole.
aesthetics. The water from these pools would evaporate and in turn cool the surrounding.
Also, hi Trunks, welcome in.
Modernists in India took this ancient wisdom of courtyards and applied
I'm just
it
gonna
to
open my
modern
window by a
buildings
tiny
like
amount.
the
No, but you need loads. You need
in
loads.
Jaipur or even the India Habitat Center in
Then why are my farts warm? This is the thing. We can't answer this. Science just can't answer this. Hey, Mushy.
Delhi. Finally, we come to our last and one of the most beautiful techniques, the jali. You have
Can you imagine how weird it'd be if you did like a cold fart, like an aircon fart?
any of these in your life. It's a staple in traditional Indian architecture. But what's their use? So jalis are perforated screens or lattices typically made of stone, wood or metal. Now they were used extensively in Indian architecture for two things.
This is
Filtering light
sick.
and
This is so
providing
smart.
ventilation. Further, these beautiful jalis create fantastic light patterns in a space. But by minimizing the amount of sunlight entering a space and by allowing a good airflow, these jalis help cool down any given space. So which of these methods have you all
Bro, I'm gonna make my own jali. I'm going to make my own jali. Thank you very much for the clip, Vord. Hey, Power of Gods, how are you doing? Yeah, they're also pretty, right? I'm just gonna make my own version of these, I've decided. They don't have to be thick, right? They could be thin. People in the past were no less smart than current people, just had an accumulation of knowledge that less of an accumulation of knowledge than we do. We just have had. I think that the only difference between like now and let's say 100 years ago is that we are able to access lots of information faster, right? Like that's the main big difference. Like we knew loads of stuff. We have just invented a way to store that knowledge in much better ways. And if you engage in a conversation with, yeah, we also know more things generally speaking. If you engage in a conversation with those machines that store the information, then that makes you go insane. It makes you go insane and think that you're getting gang stalked because it tells you that you're getting gang stalked and for some reason you just believe it. Isn't it crazy that AI just like hypnotizes people? People are fundamentally the same as we were 1,000 years before. It's beautiful to think about. It makes me emotional. Hell yeah, that's the thing. That's the crazy thing. What do you mean? I'm always talking with a book. Yeah. If there's one thing that I enjoy, yeah, like I've been reading book. Yeah, I've been reading more of my book. More book reading. That's been happening with me. And one of the things that I enjoy nowadays when I read a book is that if there's a word in there that I don't understand, I don't have to get the dictionary out. I could just go on the phone and be like, oh, there's a dictionary right there. I don't even have a dictionary anymore, chat. I used to have a dictionary. You know, one of them little, like, fat ones. It's like, yay big for school. I used to have that shit all the time. But I think that it probably wouldn't have the words in that I would need to know. Chat, I looked up a word yesterday. Stephen King used a word I've never heard in my entire life called frowsy, right? That's how you say it as well, frowsy. I've never heard anyone say that. I don't know what the fuck it is. So I Googled it and I was like, oh, it means just kind of like messy, you know? Remember when Kai Cenat did exactly that on stream and arseholes made fun of it? No, I don't, because I don't watch anything that you like. Never forget, chat. All that stuff that you like, I don't. I don't watch it. I don't look at it. I don't listen to it. You know? So, Kai Cenat, don't know who that is. No, I do know who. I do know who Kai Cenat is, obviously. But I actually don't know what you're on about. I've never seen that. I love living in the age of information. I hate living in the age of social media and AI. Yes, very bad. People literally thought they were possessed by spirits, and that was just considered normal, so AI is not that unique in this regard. No, I wasn't saying that that was that. I wasn't saying that that was that. I was saying something different because people do get possessed. That is real. Spirits are real. You forget that I'm that guy. I don't like any of the stuff that you like, but I believe in ghosts and UFOs, and that's why I'm uniquely annoying when this kind of segment of the stream pops up. LHS, how are you doing? Welcome in. Do you like women's football? Sadly, I like no football. I like literally zero football. Yeah. So I am sorry about that. It turns out that I am in fact sexist. I do not, in fact, believe in women in any way. I knew you were going to say that. I like baseball because the guys are cute. I can't even watch football because of that, right? I can't even watch football to like perv on anybody. Like I can't. Like I just can't. I watch it and I'm like, this is bad. Do you believe in demons? Not necessarily. Do we want to get into this? Should I clarify this just for Hippie Marshmallow? When I say I believe in ghosts, I don't think that they're dead people. I just think it's something that we don't understand. So I don't think there's anything biblical about it. I think that what it is, it's more likely. I mean, there have been instances where it's like, that's weird, that could be a dead person, or it could be beings from another dimension that we can't see. I actually think it's more likely to be that. There's always more to be understood. It's hubris to sit there and say that things aren't real. Because who knows, man? Like we can't even see all the dimensions. When you don't observe an atom, it's going like this. Do you know what I mean? Things beyond our understanding. Hey, Ground Level News. I only watched Banana Ball. That's crazy. Cats are proof that there are some things that we cannot see. Yes, that's exactly the point. I'll be sat there and Melpo will just fucking go like this. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you looking at, bro? Russell's teapot is all I'm saying. What you want about? This one time, Girls Aloud visited a haunted house in Wales and it's 10 out of 10 content. I have seen that. And yes, it is 10 out of 10 content. Thank you for the hydrate, Vord. What is Russell's teapot? Is that a classic atheist argument? What's a Russell's teapot? Oh, is that what that is? Illustrate the philosophic burden of proof lies upon a person making empirically unfalsifiable claims, as opposed to shifting the burden of disproof to others. Well, yeah, this is just normal, right? Teapot circling the earth? Wait, what are you on about? Excuse me. Oh, Melpo, he just did a little meow. Prove that there isn't a teapot circling the earth versus I have to prove that there is. Yeah, but we can prove that there isn't now, so that's fine. This doesn't make any... This is whatever. That's it. It's about epistemology. I see. I see. Oh, Bertrand Russell. It's this guy. I don't know anything about this guy. To illustrate the philosophic burden and prove... I think this is fine. Yeah, like if you want to convince someone of something... But this is baby's first philosophy, by the way. So I don't think that you're like, you know, Hippie Marshmallow. I don't think that you're like saying anything massive there. Like this is just Russell's teapot is not like, you know, some like end all argument, like be all end all argument. There might be. We've launched dumber shit into orbit. Exactly. There is a teapot on the ISS. That's so true. Anyway, right, listen, we're done with this. We're done with talking about the weather and ghosts. It literally is like the first thing I studied in philosophy A level. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's baby's first philosophy, right? Even I know that, and I'm not a philosophy guy. I'm just not, right? Elon would 100% put a teapot in his stupid roadster. Exactly. Right, chat. Here's what we're actually going to watch. We're getting on to important content now. Yeah? I'm not saying I'm smart. Yeah, but you are smart. I'm just joking. I'm taking the piss. I didn't actually mean it. Another clip. We have another clip. Vord going crazy with the clips tonight. Alright, chat. Let's take a look at this. It's him. Isn't it? This is the important stuff.
Everything is blended. And I even remember Peter Tatchell saying that he thought it was great that people are becoming more bisexual and there's no, the frontiers are coming down sexually and people are more fluid. It's like, oh, no, you like that, Peter. You like that, Peter. But, I think it's good that people have boundaries. Everything.
That's cool, ain't it? That's cool, isn't it? Chat, I told you. It's just this time next year, homophobia is going to be normal again. It's going to be normal again. It just is. Like, it's already becoming, like, mad normalized. The extra shit that was in the EHRC shit is just the start of it. It's just the start of it. Like, the TERFs and, the evangelical think tanks that are slamming money into these organizations are still going to be pushing harder and harder and harder. Yeah? That's what's happening. There's not a single company putting a rainbow on in a couple of days. I mean, I don't know if it's gotten that bad yet. It could do. There has been a lot of pushback to corporate pride. We do appear to be in a period of reaction. We do indeed. What is this? Pride event cancelled after banners torn down. Oh yeah, here we go. It's already happening. Look at this lesbian with compo face, chat. I know that this is really sad and it's like hateful stuff. It's not really compo face, but it's a great example of compo face, right? It's a great... she's got compo face. Anyway, doesn't matter. This is horrible. Pride event cancelled after banners torn down. Liz Needham holds up an example of one of the banners that have been moved from outside the venue. So this is literally today? Yeah, this is today. A Pride music event in Hertfordshire has been cancelled due to safety concerns after banners have been torn down twice. The first Loud and Proud event was due to take place at Shirley's Roadhouse in London Colney on 20th of June, featuring live music from Christina Aguilera, Elton John and Britney Spears tribute acts, but organisers said banners are advertising it had been removed from outside the venue. Liz Needham said, I thought we were living in 2026 and move on from this kind of discrimination. Was really hoping we could have a nice family run event. Hertfordshire police have been approached for comment. Yeah, obviously they've said nothing. Needham has been a parish councillor since 2023, Hertfordshire County Councillor in London Colney Ward since 2025. She said she helped out a previous Hertfordshire... what is that? Hertfordshire? I forget. Hertfordshire? Yeah, Hertfordshire. Pride events in nearby Watford. She wanted to start one in the village. Needham said 5 weeks ago the organisers had put up the original banners advertising the event that were taken down. She added they got more made, but in the last couple of days those have been taken down. We all know they've been taken down because of Pride, or because other banners with other events on them have been left up. On social media, the organisers said, after another night where people have been getting their kicks, vandalising, stealing property only connected to the Loud and Proud concert, I've sadly taken the decision to cancel my event. My first responsibility is to ensure the safety of the venue, performers and attendees. People's actions, both in the real world and on social media, have made me question if this is possible without incurring ridiculous security costs that wouldn't make the event viable. One person replied, it's truly heartbreaking to see the impact of hate and intolerance on something so beautiful and community-driven. A man was arrested on Monday after 3 pride flags were torn down from an after-school club in Bristol. I've seen the video of that. The guy is literally a massive fucking Nazi. Needham added that at least 100 tickets have been sold. I would be surprised if queer people in Colney are not very concerned at the moment to think a festival to celebrate their existence can't happen because of attitudes. She added that since the cancellation, there have been many supportive messages. I do find it a bit shit that they've just decided to not do it, right? There might be some bit of the story that we're missing here. I don't know. But what I would probably argue, yeah, from my perspective, is there was something like this happening in the gay village a couple of years ago, right? It was like 2 years ago. There's a sex shop in the village called Clone Zone, right? I go there regularly. It's the shop to go to in the village for all your queer sex needs. And of course, you know, you can go in there if you're straight. It doesn't matter, right? There's a whole bunch of bondage shit in there. It's great. It's a really good fucking shop. And there were some guys who were coming around and basically smashing the fucking window. Every time it got repaired, they would smash it again. And, you know, literally the only thing that was in the window were just like mannequins with, you know, thongs on and shit, or like, you know, like jock straps on and stuff. Like, that was all it was. It was never anything like insane bondage, you know, like big rubber fists or whatever. It was nothing like that. It was literally just like mannequins with harnesses and shit like that, right? And so these guys were just like smashing the fucking windows because they were like, obviously, yeah, being a fucking a dickhead. Thank you for the 100 bits, LHS. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. So, you know, absolutely fucking insane stuff. And yeah, you know, the idea was to try and get him to close down, obviously, but that didn't happen. They ended up getting a security guy, and they also ended up putting up some new windows that were like smash proof kind of thing. That's basically what happened. So like, you know, but I would have been fucking raging if they'd have shut down, right? Because it's like, we can't just be like not doing these things because people are trying to scare us, right? Like, how do people think trans people feel right now? Do you know what I mean? Like, trans people going out and about, just like literally walking down the street and shit. Like, we can't just be like conceding to this shit. And I'll say what I said on my TikTok the other day, which is that we need a queer union. We literally need a queer union. And what I mean by that is a organization that is funded by members. Everybody, every queer person, or if someone wants to be an ally, they can literally join the union or whatever. You don't get a vote if you're an ally, but you do get a vote if you're queer, right? You know, an organization that is funded by members from the bottom up, and we essentially organize for power in the UK and become a lobbying group that is essentially like a mix between like a trade union, tenant union, protest group, and, you know, double the cost for an ally member. Yeah, exactly. It's a set cost if you're an ally. It's not pay as you feel, right? Pay as you feel, or we could do subsidized memberships or something like that if we get some funding from somewhere, yeah? You know? And we have to build it, right? We have to build it. It has to be like all the queer people in the fucking UK just join it. Because, you know, there might not be millions and millions of us, but there's fucking maybe a million, maybe a couple of million. I don't know exactly how many fucking like queer people are in the UK or whatever, but like there's enough of us. Do you know what I mean? The Union Jackson Queens. No, absolutely not. No flag shit, none of that. It has to be led by black trans women. And we can't be having fucking Union Jacks on the go. The Union of Jacked Queens. Hey, how's it going? By Any Means Necessary? No, the only reason that By Any Means Necessary is getting excited there is probably because they know that I am referring to the power of a union, like, that is not just like a tenant union or something like that, because they have that in Vietnam, where By Any Means Necessary is from, right? In Vietnam, they might not have a queer union, but they have a women's union, and it is, of course, the most powerful union in the country, to the point where, like, they literally, like, shape government policy and shit, right? Like, I'm not chatting rubbish about that, right? I'm just gonna, like, Google it to make sure. Women's Union, Vietnam. I am so certain this is real. I learned it from fucking... They got, like, a whole website and shit. They literally got a whole fucking website. It's the biggest union in the fucking country. Here you go. Vietnam Women's Union. Promoting women's roles, building a clean, strong party, political system prepared for a new era of national development. Yeah. You know? Like, think about it, chat. This is like 50% of the population. And so they have, like, you know, a massive effect on the way that the government is structured. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what dual power is about, right? Patriarchy is shit. The patriarchy is fucking shit. And I listen, far be it from me, a cis man, telling women what to do. I'm not saying that. But, like, the best way to counter the patriarchy is a big union of women, right? A big union of women. That, to me, it makes sense. It just makes sense. Queerphobia is a terrible thing. So what do? A big union of queers. Big union of queers and allies if they want to help, you know? So, you know, important to remember. Important to remember that shit like this is part of building dual power. If you're not sure what dual power is this not a thing where you are, no, this is why I'm talking about it, because it's literally like a really amazing aspect of the Vietnamese revolution and like dual power within Vietnam, you know what I mean? It's so mad that you think that this would just be normal. If this shit was normal in the Imperial Core, Andrew Tate would not exist. Andrew Tate would have literally been like boycotted to fuck. Somehow, there would have been some like mass movement that just destroyed him. It just wouldn't exist. You know? I fucking wish this was the norm. Yeah, me too. But again, you know, not me. I will always talk about the you know, a queer union. I'm never gonna like yell at women in my chat and be like, start the British Women's Union now. It's not my place, right? You know what I mean? You know, I'm sure that there is just as much a place, for example, for a black, brown, and migrant union. Yeah, you know, I've said this. Like when we talk about dual power and people talk about, you know, black power, queer power, trans power, women power, shit like that. This is what people mean by building power, right? This is the theory behind it. You like establish these organizations that are funded by members. They're horizontal. Every member has a vote, etc. Yeah, and what they do is they function in a way that means that people don't have to rely on the government, right? That we don't have to rely on the state to exist in order to survive. So, for example, trade unions. In an ideal world, if we still had, this is why Thatcherism is totally fucked and insane, and neoliberalism more broadly, right? Reaganism, neoliberalism, because by exporting all the industry out of the UK, it would be much harder to establish dual power in the UK because trade unions couldn't, for example, control the food supply, right? Like, you might get some countries demand that they do sanctions on us if the trade unions get too much power and start to like control the food supply, direct the food supply away from supermarkets and just deliver it to everybody's house for free, right? You know what I mean? How do you do the equivalent of a strike if you spread all over the country and industries and you're not 50% of the country, or just use the other bits? What, you mean like the queer union, for example, right? We really need the first person to get on the women's union in the UK and set in the scene must not be a twerf. Must ensure that doesn't happen. I mean, you know, yeah, that's for women to talk about and figure out. But I would love to see that happen so much. It was the women's union in Cuba who helped set up the LGBT groups that have basically helped transform Cuban society. I would say, right, what my motion to the queer union would be to adopt as a policy would be to literally just be like part of the women's union. And the reason that I say that is because we are all seen as feminized people, right? You know, if we're abolishing gender, you smash the boundaries of gender, right? Well, the idea of gender is a construct. You know, we're all just humans, right? But some humans are feminized and some humans are masculinized, right? And, you know, every single queer person is feminized. Like, it doesn't matter if you're mask like me and, you know, I could pass as straight, right? If I really wanted to, I could pass as straight, yeah? As soon as any, like, you know, cishet man with, like, a twinge of misogyny, right? Which is every cishet man. Even me as a bi man, I have misogyny, right? We're brainwashed with it, right? You have to actively work against it. But the point I'm trying to make is, as soon as they know that I fuck men, it's like I'm less of a man. So you're feminized, right? That way of thinking about oppression was very transformative for me, much more useful. I think it is a useful way to look at it, right? It's a useful way to look at it. There are even some people who are cis-het men who are feminized in society, and it's because of the color of their skin, right? So, for example, in the USA, the largest proportion of childcare is for Latino men, right? And it's like, why? Like, what the fuck is going on there? And it's because Latino men are seen as a feminized group, which is fascinating, right? Wouldn't having sex with men make you more manly? Yes, it would. It is correct. And it's the opposite way for me. If someone of your stature told me they fuck men, I would go from being closed off to being more open. Well, that's good, but not everybody is you. There are lots of people in this world who, in their mind, would immediately start seeing me as, like, you know, the F word and shit like that. Like, it doesn't even matter if I'm a top, right? It literally doesn't matter. You know? Hi, Alyssa. How you doing? Welcome in. I do appreciate that, though. But yeah, Hippie Marshmallow, if you're talking about, like, you know, how does a organization that is less than 50% of the population and is spread out all over the place, how do they, you know, actually do effective strikes, effective actions and shit like that? It would generally be, right? It would generally fucking be to be part of the women's union and combine our power, right? That would be, in my opinion, the smartest way around it. Yeah, you get boxed into the homophobic fairy archetype. Like, literally, when I wasn't out, when I was still in the closet and I was knocking around with a lot of, like, cis-het men, right? Like, one of my cis-het men friends described gay men who go to the gym who are, like, masculine and pass as muscle Marys, right? And it's like, that's a thing. That's a thing. You know? Queers are usually a lot cooler. I will slap you down for that. No. Wrongo bongo. Not true. There are lots of terrible queers. There are lots of terrible, boring, horrible queers. There are lots of very fucking nasty queers. There are lots of fucking, you know, broken and damaged queers who hurt and harm other queer people, pull the lather up behind them and shit like that. You know? I didn't say always. Yeah, but, like, you know, even to just say, like, usually. You know what I mean? No, you can't be saying shit like that. You can't be saying shit like that. It's like a romanticization of us, you know what I mean? Like I would never say, you know, you can't, like, right, here's an example, right? Here's an example. Let me put this to you, yeah? Let me put this phrase to you. Asian people are usually better at maths, right? Does that sound good? Does that sound like a good thing to say? You can't just be saying this, like, group is usually, you know? It's not the right way to do it. I understand the sentiment, right? I understand the sentiment. That's great. But you do have to be thinking about it in terms of, like, you know, do you know what I mean? What's the right word? It's not like, because when, you know, when you attribute, like, you know, the argument that I just made where it's like this, the benevolent racism, right? Like, you know, where people are like, oh, Asians are just good at maths, or black people are just good at, like, running or whatever, yeah? There's, like, a different term for it that I can't quite remember. Transmisogyny is big among queer people. Transmisogyny is the biggest problem in the queer community. It is quite possibly the biggest problem. Positive stereotype. Thank you, Threads. Hello, Threads. Hello, cunning linguist. Wesley is another example, yes. Women are inherently better caregivers is benevolent misogyny. Yeah. Benevolent misogyny, positive stereotype. Yeah. There's lots of people who've got mums who would just be there going like, what are you talking about when they said that? You know what I mean? I feel that when people say black women are strong, yeah, right. This is why I always try and bring this up, kind of thing. It's like you can't, like, even if you're doing this like positive idea of like usually it's this, usually it's this, usually it's this, you just can't, right? It's not helpful. So anyway, little you know. Hold up, I am a queer person. I'm speaking about my experience around men as a vulnerable queer autistic person who gets picked on in a world where people are incentivized to be picking on people. And I'm saying I feel more comfortable around queer men than straight men, probably because they've been forced to be more accepted themselves. Yeah, that's totally fine. I still don't think you could say queer people are usually cooler. It's still wrong. It's still wrong to do that. But yeah, you know. Essence of womanhood and spiritual womanhood makes me so mad. Yeah, it's not right. It's not true. Hey Soka, how you doing? If you're talking about your own community, it's a different thing. No, it isn't a different thing. No, it is. It's just as harmful. It is just as harmful. Right? Let me be so for real. Yeah. I'm gonna go big face. Right? Let me be so for real for you, chat. Yeah. A lot of the problems in the queer community exist because queer people see ourselves as, you know, being like, we can do no wrong, right? Saying that, like, we can do no wrong. And what I mean by that is things like, for example, when cisgender queer men, or just queer men, right? Just men, right? I'm not even going to put like cis on it because this, you know, trans men do this as well. Like, could be misogynistic, right? And then a lot of the time that is like argued against because it's like, no, you know, we're not like that. You know, listen, we're queer, and it's like, yeah, we can't, like, it's not a good thing for us to just like, you know, immediately get to the, I don't know, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing for us to continue this idea that, like, just because we're queer and just because we're oppressed, you know, we're like broadly good, we're not harming each other, we're not doing anything bad in any, you know, there are people in the queer community who work in the fucking weapons manufacturing industry. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man, like, you know, we're making excuses for people, and it's broadly harmful, right? By any means necessary said, what is trans misogyny, trans people hating women? It is a specific intersection of transphobia and misogyny directed at trans women. Yeah, I would say that that's the case. And that is one of the biggest problems in the queer community, because often people in the queer community are like, oh, we could do no wrong. So they don't ever think about the way that they speak to, like, trans women, for example. Like, you will find that, like, a lot of queer people just, you know, speak over trans women and don't think about it in the same way as they would if they were speaking over a cis woman. And that's because of the trans misogyny problem, right? You know, this is why things like this exist in our community. You know, I'm not saying that, like, you know, the thing that you said, Combustible Lemon, like, you know, queer people are usually cooler. Yeah, whatever, like, it's not a bannable offense, but, like, I'm using that as a springboard to talk about this stuff, because I think it's so important that we sit there and we don't, like, you know, do this it is queer exceptionalism. I think that's a great way to put it, Brody. Like, I just don't think it's a good idea, right? You know? What is this?
Miranda just parked! No, I didn't have time to clean!
This is my apartment.
Yeah, I know. Miranda! Hey! You look.
It's so good.
What the fuck is this? LHS, what have you sent me? What have you seen? What have you seen in this that I need to see? It's queer comedy, she says. I agree. Also trying to make out that queer people are sexual. No, I'm not saying that you were, right? I'm not saying that you were. You have more chance of not having a meltdown around them. I mean, that's your experience, right? That's your experience. I know a lot of people who have not had that experience, right? And it's neither one way or the other, like, you know. Anyway. our ability to laugh at ourselves.
I can totally go home if you guys are uncomfortable.
No!
Does anyone have a cough drop?
I definitely have some at the bottom of my verse. Little help, guys?
Yes.
Lifting a cough drop?
No, I'm incredibly strong.
You are so strong.
I want to talk in the kitchen. Oh my god. They are disgusting.
They asked if we
Okay, yeah, this is actually what I'm talking about. This is so funny, dude. What the fuck? This is literally what I'm talking about.
felt comfortable.
Obviously not! When they texted earlier, they just said they were off. So manipulative. But we already told them they could stay.
Hell yeah, dude. I love it. Exaggerate the harm. Conflict is abuse. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. This is so good. This person that just came in sick has now been socially murdered. There's a twit longer about them. There's several twit longers about them. They've got like no likes.
We're manipulative.
True.
Why do we say that? Okay. Growing up, my mom exposed us to everything.
Weaponize that therapy talk. Hell yeah, dude. So good.
Truck pox. My immune system's great. I took my daily VEMS multivitamin. They make those? No. I take one half man, one half woman. Like a centaur.
I feel another big cough coming on.
I get you look
I feel another big cough coming on.
This is fucking sick.
Big cough coming
I get you like a chamomile tea or a vat of Purell to put you
I
inside?
don't know how I got this sick. Hanging out with my brother. He just got off a cruise.
What? I have always It's a floating petri dish. Mediocre musical theater.
I made you guys.
Cookie!
Mix the batter with your unwashed hands.
That's so fucked up!
Thank you for this experience. I put my blood, sweat, and tears into it. I dripped a lot.
Hell yeah, dude. This is so good.
Kelsey, you're not getting my grandmother's recipe. Dig in. Go on, take a big bite. There you go. Right down your throat. Come on, you too. You too.
Who wants phony macaroni?
What makes them phony?
They're soap in it. Because I need to wash it away.
Can I try some of yours? No. So I know if I'll like it.
No. Give them your drink. No.
Give them the drink!
Okay.
Not for me.
Thank you for being there for me at my most contagious.
This is so good, man.
God bless.
You need to leave!
Bro, I wanted to say that.
Finally!
I have been trying to go home this whole time, and you won't let me. As fuck.
You just said you weren't 100 emoji.
And then I asked if you still wanted me to cook, and you basically said I had to.
Oh, this is so sick. This is so true.
Show up here, basically at death's door, begging you to release me. I may be sick, but you're sicker.
Well, yeah, we're sicker now. Just sneezed into my butt.
Do all three. I'm free.
Should I redo the floors?
It's my apartment.
Miranda, just
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm talking about. A little bit of that. That's like an ironic version of what I'm on about. Oh, there's good stuff like that. I should have worded it differently. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. Listen. I probably wouldn't have even had that much of a contention with what you said if I hadn't been wanting to have a rant about that for a while, right? So don't even think it's not even about you. It's all good, right? I just used your contribution in chat as a springboard to talk about this. You know what I mean? You're all good. You're valid, even. Yeah? You're valid. Okay, anyway, right. Emotional immaturity, no conflict resolution skills, everything has the highest possible stakes. Yeah, literally. Fucking literally. They asked if we're comfortable. Obviously not. Give me war flashbacks. Yeah. It's completely relatable. Right, okay. So, what was I up to? I've told everyone off, right? Husker, how are you doing? Welcome in. Mule, I did my first stream today. Husker do streams? Yo. Everybody please go show some love to Husker do. Welcome in, man. Star Citizen. There you go. Go show some love to Husker. Chat, I've told you all off. Yeah, that's what's happened. We've had a semi-serious chat, and then I used one person in the chat to get mad at everybody. And it's been good so far, hasn't it? It's been good. But I do always want to have an excuse to talk about stuff like trans misogyny and, you know. Sorka says, I am immune to being told off. Well, don't worry about that, Sorka, because I am immune to your bad faith arguments. I've learned to ignore them. That's how that goes. That's why I engaged with exactly 0 of your chat messages throughout this entire time. So that goes both ways. Sorka is now gonna be like, actually, was that bad faith? No, I'm just taking the piss. I'm just taking the piss out here. Don't take it seriously. It's all good. Okay, right. So you made a joke. You said I'm immune to being told off. It's a joke back. It's a joke back. Jenny, welcome in. How are you doing? RTE Clearance, how's it going? Welcome in as well. Just making sure. No, honestly, it's fine. Yeah, it's totally fine. Yes, I've had a go at everybody. I've had a go at everybody, haven't I? I've had a go at everyone now. Did anyone miss out? Should I single out anyone else in the chat to humiliate? No? Okay, good. Right. Chat, give me money. If you enjoyed that, if you liked that, if you liked me getting, just, you know, extrapolating someone's chat message, making them feel singled out, and then, you know, going on for a bit, and then only at the end, just clarifying that everything is okay. If you enjoyed that, please consider giving me money. Obviously, I'm joking, right? It's bad. I'm a bad streamer. I am actually a bad streamer. But I do need money, and this is my full-time job, and I am going to do some proper streaming in a moment, I promise. But please give me money because I need it. We are so close to hitting the dono goal for the month. Yeah? We're so close to hitting the dono goal for the month. It's going to be really good when we hit it because it means that we will unlock the June the 18th by-election stream, all-night by-election stream. I'll be streaming all night again on the 12th, and that means that we will, in fact, get to see the by-election results for the Makerfield by-election to see if Andy Burnham really will become the King of the North, or he will, in fact, just keep Starmer in charge. So, yeah, it's going to be a funny evening, so please consider donating. I would only ask you to donate £5. Yeah, I would only ask you to donate £5 or less if everybody who passed through this chat donated £5. Yeah? If everybody who donated this chat, who passed through this chat donated £5, I would be earning £3,500 a month. And that's because about 700 people on average pass through the stream every day. That's a crazy stat, right? That's a totally crazy stat. Imagine that. How crazy is that, right? Often it's like you'll look at the stream and be like, oh, 60 people watching, 50 people watching, 70 people, 80 people, right? But the real number, because that's the average view count, right? The real number of people who pass through the stream every day is like 780. It's in between 600 and 780 people. Obviously, not all those people are going to be invested in the stream. Some of them are going to be weirdos. Some of them are going to be hate watchers. Some of them are going to have come in from the recommended thing and they've just gone, what the fuck is going on here? But generally speaking, a lot of people pass through the chat and we would hit this goal massively if they all donated £5. So please consider doing that. There's the tip link in the chat. Of course, we hit £25. So either like, what is that? Oh, wait, hang on a minute. What's 6 months in advance? 6 subs in advance. What's that? We need either another 4 subs. Yeah. I could offer these 5 bitties instead, my lord. Thank you very much for the 5 bitties. Appreciate it. We either need another 4 subs. 4 subs would be £10. We need 4 subs or £10 because, of course, Low-Key Human subbed for 6 months in advance. So we either need £10 subs or £25 to turn on the cat cam. So, yeah, either another £10 or another 4 subs. And we can turn on the cat cam. But I would really like to get £60 in donos today. So I just need 12 of you to donate £5 each, yeah? 12 of you to donate £5 each. Please consider doing it. That would be very good. And it means that I can pay my rent and my bills and all that kind of business. So please consider doing that. I contributed to the UK economy. I'm certain it'll trickle down. Yes. Yes, that's what I want to hear. Crescent Moon and Star in the chat, by the way. Everybody please go show some love to Crescent Moon and Star. Listen, chat. We've got something very important to have a look at, yeah? There's been some incredibly devastating news about Sarah Wakefield.
It's me.
Oh my god, DJ!
Thanks for the money.
Thank you so much for the £6.66.
Very neurotypically, I am donating the same amount I always donate, wink emoji.
Thank you so much for the £6.66. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. And everybody, please go follow DJ Empirical as well. I often use his music in my videos, as well as Ninny's music. But DJ streams, so please go and show him some love as well. Top streamer. What was I saying just now? Just need another £4 to unlock the cat cam there, chat, or another 2 subs. So just think about that. Melpo. That's what you gotta do. Alright. Some terrible stuff. Some terrible news has been unveiled about Sarah Wakefield, who is the Green Party candidate for the Green Party. Just repeat myself, why not? The Green Party candidate for the Makerfield by-election. Right? It's absolutely devastating. I can't believe that this has happened. Should we find out what it is? Should we find out what it is? New. The Green Party's Makerfield candidate Sarah Wakefield runs a charity which calls for British farming to be decolonised with inclusive spaces. Oh! It also shared a report arguing perfectionism is an example of white supremacy culture. Oh my god. The report is understood to have been published when Wakefield was on maternity leave. Pregnant? The Green Party said it had no comment on Wakefield's work at the charity called Eating Better. A Green Party spokesperson said, we've announced a superb candidate in Sarah Wakefield and will be campaigning to take the fight to reform and challenge their dangerous politics. Including plans to sell off the NHS, we will continue to ask which version of Andy Burnham is going to show up. That's so good. This is so good. By the way, this is what the Times have ran with, by the way. So you can see the headline pops up there before it demands that I give them money. So obviously I can't read that whole article to prove it, but you can see there the Greens Makerfield candidate wants farming to be, decolonized with inclusive spaces. Anglo-Punk, I would never use archive.ph to bypass spending money to look at articles because that's illegal and wrong. So that's a very funny joke that you put in my chat, comrade, isn't it? That's a very funny joke that you put in the chat, and I would never do that. And my very real subscription to the Telegraph, which is real, is a real subscription to the Telegraph, and I would never use Archive PH to, you know, to break the law and surpass that. However, what I have also heard is that if you were to use Archive PH, which I definitely do not, to try and get around the Times article that I just had a look at, it in fact does not work. So even if you were to break the law, it wouldn't even work, would it? So there you go. Anyway, that's that. Let's have a look at what the actual Green Party statement is for Sarah Wakefield. Don't vote in anger, vote in hope. Greens select Sarah Wakefield as candidate in Makerfield by-election. This is obviously from yesterday. Sarah Wakefield has been announced as Green Party candidate for the upcoming Makerfield by-election. Sarah is a 38-year-old mum with 2 young children and a councillor on Manchester City Council. Currently on maternity leave as a charity director, she previously worked in retail with a focus on sustainable food and is a trustee of a community organisation. On being announced as Green Party candidate, Sarah Wakefield said, quote, "I am proud to be representing the Green Party in the Makerfield by-election. It is vital in a democracy that voters are given a choice of who they want to vote for. Together we can bring back the hope that politics can create a better life for ourselves and our children. This is what the Green Party represents. We showed in Gorton and Denton that we could take on and beat reform, whose backward-looking and divisive politics needs to be challenged head-on with a message that the future can be better and fairer than the failed status quo. Don't vote in anger, vote in quote, vote in hope, end quote." I love that, actually. That's very good. Very, very good. So there you have it. There you have it. There's the terrible, awful news about Sarah Wakefield. Horrible stuff, terrible stuff. Oh my God, can't believe it. That's just the Makerfield by-election update. I don't have any other UK-related news today, chat. Can you believe it? So, there you go. Nothing to be looked at. Nothing to be talked about, really. There's a little bit of a story about Tony Blair criticising the Labour Party, but I can't be arsed with that. It's literally the last thing that I want to report on. There's nothing new to, you know, to take a look at regarding that. It's just like, wow, Tony Blair had a bad take. The Scottish Parliament voted to demand referendum powers from Westminster. I did not see that. Oh my God. Not a huge deal though, because it's mostly symbolic. Hang on a minute. Oh my God. No, this is a huge deal. This is massive. Indie Ref 2. Are you joking? Scottish Parliament endorses SNP call for independence referendum. Oh my God. Oh, well, that was 2 days ago. Shit. I'm sorry I missed this. MSPs have endorsed the Scottish Government's call for Downing Street to agree to a second independence referendum. The proposition passed the vote at Holyrood with the backing of SNP and Green MSPs. The UK government would have to transfer powers to Holyrood for a second referendum to take place, but Labour ministers repeatedly said that they would refuse to do so. Well. Excuse me. The huge deal is the Indie majority. Yes, absolutely. And of course we reported on that when the Scottish parliamentary elections, you know, happened on May the 7th. The British government have already said no. Yeah, they not only said no, but they said no preemptively. I will never let Scotland secede from the Union. Embarrassing shit, man. Embarrassing shit. What happens when Scotland just secedes? What happens when Scotland starts building up its armies and then just like sticks pure tanks along the border? What then, man? What then, Britain? You know? Truly speaking, there's nothing that they can do to force them to accept the result of the second referendum. Is that no, it has to be agreed and coordinated with London, like LHS says. But yeah. All solidarity and love to the Scots. It's good stuff. It is more and more. It's more of an example, right? Of the UK falling apart. Great stuff. Great for the Scots. Hadrian's Wall 2.0. Yep. That's it. Bannockburn 2, Electric Boogaloo. Hello, Valerie, the lovely Ital. Hey, Mr. Dank. What then, Longshanks? Exactly. Happy to have brought this to our attention. No thanks, Stalker. I appreciate it. So, there you go. Number of pro-independence MSPs in Holyrood. This is where we're up to. Huge. Huge. The amount has just continued. More and more and more. Isn't this like... Wasn't 2007 when proportional representation came in? You see, like, the massive difference here. I might be wrong about that. I could be totally... It could be like 2021 when it came in. I don't know. Okay, so, there you go. There's that news. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Stalker. Thanks for pulling me up on that. Alright, chat, what's this? Every time I look at the White House nowadays, I'm like, what the fuck is going on there, bro? Like, this is the White House, right? This is actually the White House, yeah? I'm not just tripping. It's not like... Like, what's going on? I know that they got the UFC fight at the on the White House lawn. I know that that's a thing that's happening. But there's just something about it that just looks dead fake, and it's just like, what the fuck is happening here? Looks a little different. Where's the top bit? Yeah, where is the top bit? It's the what the fuck house. Exactly. So, what's this news, chat? This is President Trump. He has done a little thing, an announcement, meeting with his cabinet or something in the Oval Office or some shit. And I think that there's going to be some talk about Iran. So let's have a little look at that and see if there's anything to learn.
I think will be helpful. Last night I have a few...
What? Does it just start?
And I have a few words to say to you that I think will be helpful. Last night was incredible. Not only Texas, but so many other places. And the numbers were fantastic. And they've really been that way for a year. If you look, it's hundreds of people won. And almost nobody didn't win.
What?
That was very, very powerful. So I'm thrilled to welcome everyone to the 12th cabinet meeting of our administration, and we're doing something.
He's talking about the Texas Congress elections. We tried to figure this out yesterday, yeah? These are the Texas primary results he's talking about. Yes. Right, so it's the Texas Republican primary for the midterms. That's what's happening. And the midterms is for the Senate, not Congress. Yeah?
Something that no administration's ever done. We're always letting the press join us because we're very open and transparent. We like the word transparent, but we're more transparent than any.
Oh no, yeah, this is great. This is actually fucking great. Reform-led Durham Council cut off funding to the annual Pride celebrations, so trade unions launched a fundraiser to save it, eventually raising more money than was cut, which means this year's Pride will be bigger than ever. In the 1980s, the LGBT plus community raised thousands of pounds to help striking minors and their families. When we stick up for each other, we can achieve anything. Hell yeah, dude. This is it. This is it. This is how it works. Congress is House and the Senate. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. People were saying, Yanks were saying yesterday in the chat, yeah, that the House of Representatives is both of Congress and the Senate. Yeah? It's for the whole of the House of Representatives and a third of the Senate. They're wrong. Hippie Marshmallow is correct. Thank you, Baxapath. So I read it wrong. House of Rep is lower house. Congress is both. Bro, why can't you just call it two things? It's so confusing, man. Our shit can't be this confusing to Yanks, right? You have Congress, the two parts of the House and the Senate. Right, actually, it's not that confusing. The House and the Senate, right? So you got the House of Reps and the Senate. It's like saying Lords and the Commons. Yeah. I always thought it was like that. Yes, the House and the Senate. Right, so there you go. Take it over the slaveholders who invented it. No, I will. It's not your fault. Your shit is confusing to us as well. Okay, fair enough. Yes, you've got the House and you've got the Senate. Right, I did think that it was like... I understood that there were two. I just don't know the name, right? But anyway, there you go. We like watching Parliament because they shout at each other. Yeah, I did get that. Okay, so there you go. So it's all of the House, and it's a third of Congress. Sorry, the Senate. It's a third of the Senate. Congress is all of it. To be clear, that is a positive aspect of British Parliament. There's no positive aspect of British Parliament. Okay, I now understand what is happening. And the primary elections in Texas that he's talking about are literally for that election, right? And he is talking about the Republican primaries. So when he says there's lots of people who win and there's lots of people who won and very few people who didn't win, which is also wrong. No, I know that the president is a whole separate thing. I know about that. Yes, I'm not that lacking in understanding of how it works. It was just the actual like voting houses that I didn't understand. Another caveat is the senator should not be called a congressman or a congresswoman. That's just for the House. Okay. You see, that's the confusing bit for me. Right? I think that's where the confusion is for me. If you're in the House of Representatives, you're a congressman or congresswoman or congressperson, right? But if you're in the Senate, you're a senator. I'm just like, what is going on there, man? That's crazy. It's just the naming. The naming is just confusing. That's all it is. Like, I understand that like there's the two bits, and then one of them has a vote on some stuff, and the other has a vote on some other stuff. It goes from the House of Reps to the Senate, and then it goes from the Senate, and it can be challenged by the Supreme Court, right? So, like, if a law is passed by the House of Reps, it goes to the Senate. If the Senate passes it, then it has to be struck down by the Supreme Court or an executive order for the president. But the president can be challenged by the Supreme Court. That's my understanding of it at this point in time. I think senators have a separate name because they're generally more powerful. They just have more. The president signs or vetoes it. Right, okay, so this is why I always knew that the shit that fucking all the debate perverts used to talk about all the time when they were having to go at me and saying like, djmuel doesn't understand American politics because he's a Brit bonger and he thinks that Joe Biden could have stopped the genocide in Gaza or whatever. I can't even remember what it was. That was certainly part of it. No, it wasn't, because that hadn't even happened at that time. It was all about like Roe versus Wade, overturning Roe versus Wade and all that stuff. And I was like, the president could just like sign a thing and stop it. You just do an executive order and just be like, no. You know? And they were like, he doesn't understand, that's not how it works. Joe Biden's just a small bean, he can't do anything. It's like, no, he can do that.
Any administration in history, no. To the best of my knowledge, press has never been invited ever to a cabinet meeting for any reason at all. And it's an honor to have you. This team has achieved more than most other administrations.
That was a court case, so it's a bit different. No, sorry, the Roe versus Wade thing particularly, he could have signed it into law. That's the main part of it, right? Yes. Both houses can pass good things, and the president could just go nope and veto it. That's so sick. It's so funny. That's why the No Kings protests are funny to me. The name of it. The name of it is funny. It's like, you do have a king. Executive orders can't actually overrule legislation technically, but it's Trump, so no one cares. Yeah, I mean, like, this is the thing. If you have the power to do that, then yes, you can. You could just do it, right? The president does have that power, and Trump does it, so why would Biden not do it? Because Biden is a liberal who just exists to make the liberal ratchet effect work. You know? Congress can override a veto with a large enough margin. A large enough margin.
8 years. We took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, and open border in the world.
When they were doing the No Kings protest outside the US Embassy in London, they called it No Tyrants. That's so stupid!
Anywhere in the world, there's no border like the border we had. And created the most secure border.
Executive orders could get stuff done before Congress has time to catch up with it. That's what I mean. Like, they were talking, like, the debate perverts were like, no, Congress was, it just wouldn't have gone through Congress and shit like that. And it's like, if a president cares enough, he can do things, and then Congress has to, like, legislate around it and this kind of stuff. That's the thing that I always understood, right? You know. Roe vs. Wade was about making it part of the Constitution. Yeah, that's what that was the bit about Roe v. Wade. But there was loads of other stuff that he could have done. You know? There's no reason for Tom fucking Cotton to have an equal say as a Cali senator representing 4 times the constituents. There is also that corrupt part of it where it's like Republicans have gerrymandered and, you know, insane stuff. Completely insane stuff. The whole flaw was this is that the founders thought that each brand would jealously protect their powers. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about that.
Of our country, we had no people, 12 months now, no people reporting.
Executive orders only apply to the executive branch. This includes like the EPA. Yeah, I know, but like that's the reason that everyone praises what's his face. Is it Roosevelt that did all that, or Hoover, who made all the 3-letter federal acronym things? Everyone loves him for doing that because he was like, yay, more state power, more federal state power, right? Like, he created the FBI, he created the CIA, he created the EPA, the fucking loads of stuff. And everyone was like, yeah, this is mint. And it's like, yeah, I guess if you wanted to be a benevolent dictator in the USA, you could, you know, do executive order. Like, all the stuff that's going on with ICE, right? It was Hoover, right? It was Hoover. Nixon created the EPS. Well, whatever. Yeah, like, there's going to be other 3-name acronym stuff. Like ICE didn't exist at the time of Hoover, right? Yeah, the EPA. So, like, you know. Everyone hated Hoover during the Depression. They got Hoovervilles and Hoover Stew. Yeah, I know, but, like, people praise him posthumously for creating all those 3-letter acronym things, right? Yeah, ICE was created by Obama, yeah. In 2003, by Bush. ICE is younger than most everybody here. That's crazy. Yeah, but anyway, you know, yeah, like, and that's the thing. If you are, like, the executive branch, right, the presidential branch, the federal branch, yeah, if you are like, oh, well, you know, the states can stop you because of states' rights and shit like that, whatever, right? Because you could just create a fucking organization that just goes around. And then, like, you know, you could, like, Trump is just, like, if Trump was a communist, things would be mint in America. If he was just doing shit like this, but for good, if he wasn't, like, doing ICE, let's say, for example, he just created, like, a 3-letter acronym organization for healthcare in the USA, and he was forcing every single private company in the USA to just, like, give free healthcare to everybody, that would be it, right? It would just happen. You know what I mean? So, you know, this whole argument of like, oh, yeah, Biden couldn't do anything good because blah, blah, blah. No, fuck off. You could do all that shit. You could do all of that shit. You could literally do all of it. Biden couldn't do anything. He's just a small beard. It's like he could have got on the phone to Bibi. He could have fucking, you know, forced through the National Health Service of the USA, saved a bunch of people's lives, you know, all the fucking states, all the Republican states would have been going, you can't do this is states' rights. And they would have like seceded from the union, and then that would have been great because people could like people could actually like escape those states and have better rights, you know what I mean? There's like a whole like conundrum that people have about like fleeing Texas because they're like, should I really flee Texas because is my life going to be better in California? You know, all this kind of shit. Anyway, do you know what I'm saying? Is this all making sense? Am I just like being wacky or whatever, right? It is still warm and I don't know what I'm on about.
12 months.
I feel like here's the thing, chat, right? I thought that yesterday's stream was the worst stream I've ever done, right? I'm being serious. Most of you were here yesterday, right? Out of 10, rate the stream yesterday. And just be honest. I don't want anyone putting 10 out of 10 because I know that's a lie, right? I know that that is a lie, right? Rate the stream yesterday. If you were here yesterday, what did you make of the stream yesterday? 8, that's crazy. I wasn't here. Well, fine, you don't have to rate it then. I don't know, 7, that's crazy. I can't really remember it properly. It's okay, you could be honest and say 4. It was a 7 probably. You see, I would have genuinely rated it as a 3. 8, I didn't notice anything bad. I thought I was sucking bad dick shit yesterday. I swear to God, there was like a moment in the stream where I was like, there is like, I caught the last half of it, it felt average. I feel like that is an honest answer. I feel like that's the most honest answer where Alejandro's not trying to be nice. You did great, we were all hot as fuck. Well, yeah, you know, what I saw, you were clearly miserable physically. But it was solid. Thank you, DJ. I had no problem with yesterday's stream. Yeah. I thought it was terrible. And I was like, shit, man. The average viewership did not go below 65. I was like, what the fuck? This is crazy. People enjoy watching me when I'm this bad. So I'm sat here and I'm worrying about like what I'm saying. But I'm like, why am I worried? Why I worry? Why I worry? You all just like eat the I'm just making slop and you're all just eating the slop.
Illegally, 0 illegal aliens admitted to the United States in the last 12 months, and those charts are...
You all uncritically just consume the thin grey gruel I produce on a daily basis. I recall the moment you got happy doing international news. I did get very excited when I was reading the president's tweets about Iran. I did.
Made by... you would say politically unfriendly people.
Like plate shovel guy? Plate shovel guy. Oh, you mean in Twin Peaks? Dig yourself out of the shit. Wait, is that what I'm on about? Is that right? We're dedicated and watch like the entire stream. We're full on hogs for the slop. We're not impartial. That's very true. I want someone like a new chatter, like that guy that came into the stream yesterday and was like, can you stream on Twitch? Was that yesterday? That was, I didn't appreciate that at the time. Do you know what I mean? I didn't appreciate it at the time because I just, you know, it's just like a mad, the first chat message, can you stream on Twitch? And I was like, what can I say to that? Like I saw it and I was like, okay, don't react. And then I left it for a bit. You all probably see me do this, you know what I mean? Because you all see the chat message first and you're like already replying to the guy, right? And I'm just sat there like, you know, watching whatever I'm reacting to and I'm just like, right, okay, when I think of what to say, I'll just pause it. And so I just paused it and I just read it out loud and he was like, you know, it was like, oh, such and such says, can you stream on Twitch? Oh, probably not, bro, right? And it was just like a bit of a wet joke, right? It's a bit shit, but God, that was funny. I really just wanted to laugh at that. I'm really sad that I didn't just take that for what it was and try to make it a bit. You know what I mean? Like I had to like make it a bit and ruin it. I should have just enjoyed it. I should have just laughed at it. It was quality stuff. They're probably old or too hot. Genuinely thought that Twitch was Google. They genuinely thought the Twitch chat was Google. That person isn't even like a weirdo or anything. They just use the Twitch chat as Google, right? And also Googled the wrong thing, because like, how do you know what Twitch is and not know if you could stream on it? And then like, and then we all called it out. Yous all replied to them. And then I brought it up on stream. That person is the most embarrassed they've ever been. You know what I'm saying? Like, the most embarrassed they've ever been. Never coming back. Never going on Twitch ever again. 2 screens typing, but your cursor isn't where you think it is. That's probably what it was. Like, really hot, just like sweating, just like, and like on the other screen, just like going. And then it doesn't work, and you're just like, wait, what? Oh shit. And then like trying to figure out, and then actually on Google, like actually Googling this. Actually Googling that. But of course they didn't type that in the Twitch chat. Because they realized their mistake. That's what they Googled afterwards. I see, look at that, you know, interactive joke. You know, I delivered the punchline through the chat. Who else does that? Who else does that? Chat, please give me money. It's still warm, and I'm still trying. Let's do some politics, okay? I'm trying to find an American political speaker who puts his plate in his mouth and shovels the food into his mouth. Where's my pisses at? We looked at him on Peden's stream the other day. What the fuck?
And the reason they don't come in is because nobody comes up, because they know that they're going to be turned away, and if they get in, they're going to be moved out right away. So it's been zero. You're the one that do the reports. I'm actually surprised by the number, because I don't know how it can.
Hey, Julio, how you doing? What's going on here?
They say it's zero for the last 12 months. In 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded.
Oh, here we go.
The murder rate was...
I have not missed this.
We achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded, to the lowest level in 125 years. That's the year 1900.
Hey, Comradsky, what's up?
And that's despite the fact that many people came in from prisons and from very rough countries.
I'm so confused. What is he saying? He's literally just listing all the greats. He's playing the hits. He's playing the hits. Now I understand why Marcus plays the Wii Sports music when this happens. Now I get it. Like, I used to just think, oh, he's just playing it because Trump is just a joke and he's like a bit of a joke. But now I totally get it, because he always plays it when it's this, when he's doing this stuff.
And from mental institutions and from lots of other places.
It's just like, we're doing the best, we got the best, we're doing the best, the Dow's at 50,000. No one's ever seen it this good before.
But we still have some that we're looking for, quite a few that we're still looking for, but we've gotten... over 11,800.
What if we did the Euro version, chat? What if we did the Euro, like, British version of that? I feel like it would be something like this. As soon as he starts listing all these achievements, we just blast him with this absolute fucking banger.
88 murders were allowed into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. We've gotten some. We put them in jail. We don't even trust the country to send them, because they'll come back in maybe. We put them in jail. 11,888 murders, more than half of which have committed more than one murder. That's what they allowed in. They can never be forgotten for the horrible things they've done to this country. Fentanyl coming across our border is now down by 61%. 61%. And coming in by water, by sea, by ocean, is now 97%. Can you imagine? Thanks to our Republican majorities in Congress to pass the largest tax cuts in American history, all Democrats voted against the tax cuts, putting more money in Americans' pockets. This year, the typical family got tax refunds of nearly almost close to $5,000. The stock market has set 68 all-time record highs since the election. So in 68 days, we hit all-time highs right here now. And the average 401k, and that's despite the conflict.
He's still going!
Don't go to war for the country. Despite the country Venezuela, who no longer has a navy, no longer has an air force, no longer has
come on my knees.
The average 401k is up almost $30,000 since I took office. So the Americans are benefiting working today. We have the most working 401ks at an all-time high. Highest they've ever been. And that goes along with the stock market, which is the highest. Under my most favored nation agreement, this is something that I wish the media would talk about, because to me it's one of the biggest things ever to happen in our country. Certainly as to medical, anything having to do with medical. With drug prices, we're delivering record-setting discounts on prescription drugs and price differences of 400, 500, and even 600% at the TrumpRx.gov. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics to the website. So we have drugs down 400, 500, 600%. Now you could say 80, 90, 70, 60, 50% if you want. Two ways, depends on the way you ask the question. But a pill that would sell in Germany or let's say in London for $10, we're selling for here for $130. And I got the country for $30.
Bro, he doesn't stop. What the fuck, man? Get up now.
So we have most favored nation, so we were paying the highest drug prices in the world, now we're paying the lowest drug prices.
Baby, I am missing you. I want you by my side.
The world is bigger than the U.S.
I hope you miss me too.
But it's true. So it's not like...
Great choice. I like how it made him harder to hear. Yeah, it's good, in it.
A little bit, but a little
Hey,
bit
Scroot 2, how you doing? Welcome in.
A little bit's a lot. So the pill would go from $10 to $20.
Am I having a fever dream? That's what I want. That's what I want. This chat message right here. This is what I want. From people watching my stream, innit? You know what I mean? I'm not clicking that link, HBB. That's the sun. We don't look at the sun here. If you can find me a different Michael Rappaport. What is this? Traitors fans disgusted Michael Rappaport nauseating habit? Nah, it's all good. You're a young, you don't know. You do know, but you don't know. But you do, but you don't. What is this? That's what you were on about! This is yous watching my stream. That's yous eating the mule slop. Yeah. That's so sick, bro. There's not even... Chat, there's not even that... There's not even the correct amount of food on this plate for him to justify doing this. Right? Because I'm not being funny yet. We've all been there. It's hard to get the last bits of food off the plate if it's like rice or something, right? But like, there's so much pasta or whatever the fuck this is on his plate already. Is the video of him doing this? Michael Rappaport. Insane food habit. This is 4 months ago. From, what is this? Not Sam? There's another bald white guy. There's another bald white guy with a beard talking about this, and I don't know who he is.
I feel like I could be on the Traitors.
I mean, I feel like I could be on the Traitors. Fucking hell, man. Yanks are just something else, aren't they, man? I mean, as soon as they start talking, man. I feel like I could be on Traitors. Is this guy based? I don't even... Is he good? Is there footage of this on this, or is it just like a picture? Can we see? I need footage of this. Oh wait, is that it? No. That's so rubbish. This guy's a Zionist. Wait, what? This guy's a Zionist? Okay. cringe. Mad cringe. Hey, Morrigan, what's going on?
To $20. Think of that. So we would get, if you remember, some of you were at the news conference I had in my first term where I got the prices down.
He did it on camera. That's crazy.
1/4% my first term. And I'm so proud of it because prices...
No, I know that Michael Rappaport is a Zionist. I thought you were on about that one guy that I just got a video. I tried to get a video with him doing it from that guy's content, which is obviously a bad idea.
Drug prices hadn't come down in 20...
Have you found it? Thank you, network. What, bro? What?
And then he was on a rampage.
Bro, there is nowhere near the right amount of food on that plate for him to justify doing that.
I have to give this a try.
Believe are traitors, but the thing with...
What do you mean? What do you mean? He does it when he gets it's like the first plate. It's like when he first gets the fucking meal. The man just goes fucking... That's crazy, bro. What's going on? Why does he do this? Oh, I just don't like looking at him, man. I just don't like looking at the guy. He's a bad guy to see, you know what I mean?
28 years, and I was the first one to do it. But now I'm getting them down, not 1/8%, I'm getting them down 400, 500, 600. Or if you want to use it a different way, you could say 70%, 80%, 90%, 50%. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And
Fuck it, we're doing it again. Are you ready, chat?
Everybody knew it was taking place. We paid the highest prices anywhere in the world. Now we're paying the lowest prices anywhere in the world. And the press refuses to write about it. I think it's the biggest thing. The healthcare, you know, so much of it is prescription drug prices. And with them coming down, the healthcare is going to come down very substantially. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics. 1,000 drugs, and it's all on. And this was not given by me. This was given by Dr. Oz and Bobby, and I'm wasn't sure whether or not I loved the idea. They said we want to use Trump RX.
That's a great shout, Screwed.
It is, and it's the hottest site I think anywhere on the planet. From what I understand, Bobby, right? People are calling up and they find it a fraction, literally a fraction, right? And it should be the biggest. And on that alone, we should win the midterms. On that alone, we should win the midterms. But the press doesn't talk about it. The biggest thing to happen in the drug industry ever, man. Ever. And the press doesn't even want to write stories about it. We made the largest ever investment in U.S. military, $1 trillion, and we're asking actually for
Oh, sorry. Is that triggering people's epilepsy? I'm sorry.
Anywhere in the world.
I'm sorry.
What we did with...
We'll keep the tunes on though.
Yeah, very quickly, and we're doing really equally as well with, again, people don't want to write about it, with Iran. Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten and we will.
I'm just saying it might. Oh, right.
Just finish the job. But the Navy is done. It's at 7,000 times. The Navy is done. The Air Force is done. Everything's done. Negotiating on fumes. We'll see what happens. We have to go back to the right now. We can see Wickoff, Jared, doing a good job. Right now, I think looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to. Yeah, I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting caught with their economy in free fall. Got 250% inflation. The money has no value. The whole economic system is broken down. They thought they would outweigh me. We'll outweigh him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. What's going to happen to us later? The prelude to the midterms. People understand that. They know that. Very simple. Iran cannot have the world. And we've had great support from other nations, by the way. We don't need it at all. But we've had great support. The problem is you always get the support when you don't need it. When you need it, you don't have the support. In Operation Epicure, our warriors are ensuring that the world's #1 state sponsor never obtains a nuclear weapon. Under the leadership of Vice President J.D. eliminate fraud is waging war on waste, fraud, theft, and abuse like nobody's ever seen.
That's the national anthem of the queer union, I've decided.
Ness. You ever see
As chairman, I've decided that's the national anthem of the queer union.
Elliot Ness? I'm telling you, the guys that are up there are all central.
If only all streams could be like this, yes.
Group of people. No, it looks like a movie. I'm going to make a movie out of it, I think. And they're finding billions and billions and billions of dollars.
The sad part is, Mule, that Trump would love what you've done just now. He's obsessed with pomp and circumstance of show tunes and the closeted version of drag, professional wrestling. There is absolutely no fucking shot in hell that Donald Trump would enjoy listening to Gina G, who are just a little bit, or Aqua, Dr. Jones. There is no fucking shot. If it was Phantom of the Opera, sure. But no, Trump would not enjoy that. Wrong. Wrongo bongo.
And I just said, that's good. He said, you haven't seen anything yet. Just said,
Billy Allison, the original founder of Raise the Cause, has been charged with murder and grievous bodily harm with the intent after a man was badly beaten in a bar in Litchfield on Sunday. The victim died in hospital yesterday from his injuries. Oh my God. That's fucking crazy. Oh wow, okay, so they're not even including any of this stuff. They're not even including any of that stuff in the headline. A man has appeared in court charged with murder and causing grievous bodily harm. Billy Addison, 36 from Solihull, spoke only to confirm his name and date of birth during a hearing. His appearance came after police said they were called to reports of two men being punched at the Rico and Loren bar in Market Street, Litchfield at 23:25 BST on Monday. One of the men, Matthew O'Gara, died in hospital on Tuesday afternoon. The second victim, Adam Cooper, was also taken to hospital but he's been discharged, according to the police. Small family local business was devastated by the events of the last few days. Anything about that in this? Anything about the raise the colors in this? Wow. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Oh, man.
Without having to do anything, this is the kind of money they stole. They're crooks. They're thieves. And I hope that Todd is going to do a real job.
On Riser's stream last night, there was some sort of military-style parade. I'm not even joking. Out of nowhere, they had the Austin Powers car. What the fuck?
He got hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars for securing one man, for taking care of one elderly man.
Trump likes the YMCA. The YMCA is a totally different genre to Gina G, Ooh Ah Just a Little Bit. Gina G, Ooh Ah Just a Little Bit is Europop. Sort of like 90s mashup with rave style kind of elements. And the YMCA is like pop disco from the 70s.
Service. He got paid millions of dollars for taking care of one man. Total crook.
He's white and not migrating from somewhere outside of empire, so he's fine to beat a man to death, I guess. Yeah, that's the BBC way.
Crooks. The Somalians, what they've done to Minnesota, the Somalians, they're crooked as hell.
You think Trump likes ABBA? Yeah, probably. That's his wheelhouse, 100%.
And we got him. We got him. Now we're putting the...
What do you mean, we got him? What do you mean?
An impressive group of guys that you have behind you. I was watching that, and a couple of very strong women, too. But I was watching that last night. I said, I'm proud of you guys. In 2 months, we've exposed
what is he talking
billions
about?
Of dollars of defrauded taxpayer money, prosecuted numerous fraudsters, Todd, and stopped billions.
What is he talking about?
Suspicious payments, very suspicious. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet? Well, you see, I'm getting reports from Todd, from JD. I've never seen anything like it. The kind of
getting reports from Todd and reports from JD. No, I know he's talking about Somalian fraud, but he was going on about, oh, we saw the great job that you guys did with that. And you had some really strong men and some strong women too. I gotta say. Like, he's talking about ICE, right? He's talking about some ICE shit. So, like, what? Like, ICE are in Minnesota? Minnesota. Fuck me, dude. What is going on with this heat in my brain? Oh! They all just say shit to him, I think. Yeah, they probably do. Like, imagine just, like, in real life getting a report from JD Vance. You just get it, and it just says, "My lollipop."
Just hundreds of billions of dollars was stolen. And no other administration would do what we're doing. Just let it go. Everybody was getting rich. And I think we have a chance to save Social Security without doing anything to it by just the
I love that Pete in emote. That's so good.
on Social Security. People that are 115 years old, 125 years old, getting payments. It's funny, I said, oh, do those payments get turned back? No, they accept them. Well, somebody's getting the payment. It's not a person that's 125 years old. But that's the least.
Fox News has been at the protest outside ICE centers, so Trump needs to whine about it. There are protests happening outside ICE centers. This is how fucking buried in the news that shit is. I have no idea that is happening right now. I should be covering that.
People at Social Security, we're going
I should be covering that.
Social Security so strong, so good that you've never seen anything like it. We're going to protect. I said right from the beginning, we're going to protect our people in Social Security.
Delaney Hall.
If the Democrats ever got in, you wouldn't have Social Security would be bankrupt. People wouldn't be getting anything. Last week, they took down 2 of the largest Medicaid fraud cases in Minnesota history, as well as the largest autism fraud
This was yesterday.
ever charged by the federal government. You saw that with millions of dollars just being stolen. Everybody had autism. Everybody had autism. They said. It was incredible, actually. And I've just seen I see what they're doing. You haven't seen anything yet.
Is this New Jersey? Is this New Jersey? The current ICE stuff is happening? Sorry. Got the wrong fucking audio on that. Sorry, was that real loud? Sorry about that. I didn't know what the fuck was happening. New Jersey. Hello Susie, how you doing? Random autism mention. Why is he like that? Yeah, it's just good, innit? He's just great. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Look, you could just... It really does stress me out sometimes when I see this stuff and you've got like 2 guys. There's one like idiot hog cop sat there trying to like do this shit. And like there's just people like standing around with signs. It's like, get involved, help, there's more of you than there are of them. Just literally 2 more people on this would defeat the strength of this one guy.
Get out of here! Weak ass, get out of here!
So like, yeah, they're barricading the road. The protesters have been barricading the road and shit. Oh, that's so good, dude. They're just taking them back off the fucking cops and shit. Hey, Drake, how's it going? See, now, imagine if there was 700% more of those little barricade things. That would go crazy. This guy's got mad balls. These cunts wouldn't think twice, I think, in any other situation. Lots of tear gas last night. So wait, hang on a minute. Why are they letting this guy out? I don't understand. North... Oh, what is that? EST... What is this? Computer enhance. North Bergen, New Jersey. Is this like fucking reversed? Oh no, it's numbers, right? Yeah. EST Trucking Inc. Right, well, chat, you know the score, right? Demand divestment from ICE, from this company. If you're based in New Jersey, or even in just like the tri-state area, right? Because you don't have to be from fucking Jersey to be taking a look at this shit, right? Because New Jersey's a tiny state. Your mic is cutting out now and again, FYI. Is everybody getting that? Is that a user-wide problem? Nope. Okay. Seems okay here. Don't know what's going on there for you, Mushy. Thank you for checking that, chat. Live debugging. Yeah, if you're in the... Yeah, it is weird. It does look like there's something under EST, doesn't there? Like, I don't know what that is. But this is the crack, right? If you notice a company that is working with ICE, you protest at that company, right? Now, I would never encourage anyone to break the law, so I would always say, do anything within your means that is legal. But if you think about it about the same way that... You found him, Sawyer Enjoyer, absolute legend. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Trucking database. A trucking database. That is so fucking smart. Chat, this is what I mean when I say that there is a place for everybody in the revolution. Whenever anyone says... I've got agoraphobia. I literally cannot touch grass. Please don't be ableist when you say organize. This is what I mean. You don't have to go outside. You literally do not have to go outside. And an ableist movement is not a movement. Right? This is what I'm saying. Okay. Company operates one power unit, one driver. Literally one driver and one truck! Bro, come on! It's just that guy! What? Okay, so, yeah, I guess it's just like a sole trader with one fucking truck, bro. That's crazy. Small business shitlerite, literally. So, you know, now the real sleuthing begins, because you have got to... This is someone's buddy in a position of power. Yeah, possibly. The work on top of this, yeah? The work on top of this that you have to do is you have to figure out how to identify other companies that this guy works with, right? Sadly, ICE has got a bunch of dough, and if he doesn't have other companies that he works for, it could just be like a shell company for ICE, and there's a different strat for that. Do you know what I mean? Like, when was it set up? Like, does it say when it was set up? Because if it was set up in like 2022, it could be ICE. I mean, this is what, MCS 150, is that like a tax form or something? Recent VMT was reported 2021. A lot of truckers are one-man LLCs because trucking is set up fucked up. Right, so it's not necessarily going to be like a shell company for ICE. It's just going to be like a regular thing. Yeah. Petit bourgeois not overcoming the fascism allegations every single time. Every single time. But there you go, chat. Like, you know, that's as easy as it is, right? You find out which companies are operating with these guys. You put pressure on them. You put pressure on other companies to like sever ties with them if they refuse to. That's how you do it, yeah? Hey, Morgana. He owns a truck and has an LLC set up for contracting is my guess, yeah.
That's crazy you guys are wasting your energy on a truck.
All right. Well, there's that one video. Shout out to freedom.tv. Sorry, freedomnews.tv for the footage. There is some more footage of a different protest that happened in the evening. Might be the same protest, actually. Not entirely sure. Clashes continue between anti-ICE protesters and ICE agents outside Delaney Hall on Tuesday night.
Stop pushing
Pushing fucking forward, what the fuck?
Okay, that's funny as fuck. ICE agent going, stop pushing forward, what the fuck? It's scared. It's scared. Yeah, this is New Jersey, Morgana. Okay, so it looks like ICE have learned riot control tactics, which is upsetting. But riot control tactics can indeed be countered in protests. Thank you very much for the follow. Though they don't know New Jersey, the entire state is considered a border area, so ICE has been stationed there for a very long time, but not as long as I've been alive. Oh my god. Well, yeah, because ICE didn't exist in until 2003, right? We were chatting about that earlier. So you see how ineffective it is, right? You know, what they're trying to do, chat, when they do this pushing thing. Yeah, you see that what they're trying to do is isolate people and arrest them. And the way that you resist that is you stick around. You hang on to your comrades. You don't let go of your comrades, right? You can see that they've, like, kind of successfully done that. There's a person in a yellow t-shirt. See, like, they're trying to push people so they fall on the floor, and then hopefully they're hoping that their buddies will all jump on them and zip tie them and put them in the back of the back of the van. But it looks like, yeah, there's a guy in the crowd over there. This guy has been isolated, and I think that they're trying to get him. It looks like he managed to get away. Yeah, they're trying to do that. They're trying to do that. Even if you get separated from, like, the main group, if there's still a group of you there together, hang on to each other. Do you know what I mean? Like, even if they're hitting you with batons, like, obviously if they're trying to hit you in the head, I would always recommend wearing a helmet if you're going to a protest like this. Wear some goggles that's easy to see out of, and of course wear a mask. You know, kind of like a rebreather mask if you can, tear gas and shit. But, like, you know, even if they're hitting your body and shit like that with batons and stuff, you can recover from bruises. I understand that, like, people have different pain thresholds and shit like that, but you can recover from a bruise. You know, getting locked up, getting criminalized, protest by the prison system, shit like that. That's different. You know, it can have long-lasting effects on you and shit like that. And your comrades, depending on how marginalized they are, right? So, yeah, take some hits and hold on to each other's shits. But, of course, like, I would definitely always recommend having a helmet.
What's your name?
Yeah, prepare in advance before going.
All! Free them all! Free them all! Free them all! Free them!
Like, this is an extremely effective barricade. Like, they're stopping shit from getting in and out. It's good. It's a good action, you know?
Oh! Oh, you're fucking loser, bro. What the fuck do you think you're doing?
Yeah, you would not believe the difference in which you will get treated as, like, a cisgender white person, a cisgender white man, throwing your body in between a cop and a marginalized person. You would not believe how much of a difference it makes to that cop's attitude, right? I've done it many times before, and it's not a boast. It's just to literally, like, display to you that you can in fact use your body as a deterrent, right? You know, especially if you look like me, because if you look like me, most people go, why are you with all the crusties, right? Because by all, you know, measure of what they think like men look like and stuff, like a bald white guy with a beard, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying I'm jacked or whatever, but I'm tall and, you know, I've got a bit of weight on me and stuff, and they just don't expect me to be like a fucking a lefty loony, you know?
No, you don't like it? I'm loving it. Whatever.
Okay, there is another video that we could check out for Freedom News TV for this. So that's crazy. So Trump is literally talking about, like, I saw you brave boys and some strong women last night. Yeah? He's talking about this when, like, the ICE just, like, weren't really doing that much stuff.
You better stay right there, sir. Stay right.
And they're, like, literally fucking stopping cars and shit with their whole bodies. This is insane, chat. This is insane.
Make a line. Make a line. Yo, if you grab me, stay back. Get back.
Sorry, yeah, I'm muted. It's because I'm farting. I need a shite. Yeah, New Jersey doesn't fuck around. Yeah, that's mad shit. Right, chat, listen, I gotta have a shite. I'm gonna leave you with the fucking pedophile president while I have a shite, okay? I'll be back in a sec.
Like they are. They're violent people. They're violent, vicious scum. Before asking Vice President Vance to speak about these efforts, I want to express our tremendous gratitude to our outgoing Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who's a terrific person, actually. Up with some findings that were pretty good. And Tulsi's worked tirelessly to restore trust and focus on the intelligence and with the intelligence community. They all respected her. They listened to her. She gave us leads that were pretty much, people thought they were dead and they weren't dead. They were right there, and she was able to expose a lot of things that we used at the FBI with Cash and with Todd and with JD and everybody else. It was amazing. She dramatically reformed the Office of Director of National Intelligence and cutting the staff by 40%, and she prevented countless terrorists and cartel members from entering the United States. She exposed mountains of evidence related to the Russia hoax, probably the greatest hoax in the history of our country. Although, when you look at the fraud coming out, there's a lot of them. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of them. But the Russia hoax, a great hoax, a very dangerous hoax too, and revoked security clearances of officials involved, and she declassified numerous historic documents of special public interest, including related to the JFK and RFK assassinations, which everybody wanted to see. And we're now releasing a lot of things having to do with space. You know, it's people are very interested in it. It actually became the #1 topic. We're releasing a lot of information having to do with extraterrestrial things, and people are totally fascinated by it. It's amazing. I wasn't sure if they would enjoy it. It's literally trending #1. Can you believe it? So a lot of people out there are like it, but we're releasing all of that information. And Tulsi, we're praying for you and for your husband. Her husband's not feeling great, but he's going to feel great soon. You're going to get him better. And he's a wonderful guy, so just say hello and thank you for the great work you've done. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask JD to say a few words about the war on fraud, followed by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who's doing fantastically, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, another one. I mean, we have great people. And the Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Central Casting. He loves war. I don't like it. He's a good man, Ellen. And Scott Besant, you talk about a guy doing a job. Been fantastic. Thank you, Scott. Really fantastic. And a lot of the success that we're having with other countries is what you've been able to do and find. And SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler and all of the people here have been great. We're going to just do those few, and maybe if you have some questions, we'll go to others. But everybody around here has got a lot to say, but we did that once and it lasted for like 4 or 5 hours. It was a little much. We want to be open. So now if I do this way, they'll say, he didn't let anybody talk. But let's start with JD, and you can talk about a really, really important thing, bringing our country back to honesty. A tremendous amount of money is involved. Hey, go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, thank you for your leadership, sir, and for making it possible. I often find in the Fraud Task Force that there sometimes are barriers that we need to break down, agencies that need to coordinate, and I'll come to the President and say, Mr. President, I need your permission to do, he'll say, for what? For the Fraud Task Force, and he'll cut me off and say, yes, go do it. So
okay. Oh my god. Fucking freak in the chat. What is happening, dude? Does anybody want to talk about Adolf Hitler? Okay, goodbye, dude.
So the fact that we have dedicated presidential leadership is really what's made this possible, because it does require, we've got great people around the table, but sometimes these agencies don't know how to work together at the lower level, and that's one of the things we've had to turn on and force with the Fraud Task Force.
That guy was waiting for exactly when I went to take a shit. Because as soon as I went to take a shit, people started putting messages about poo in the chat. And then literally a minute later, my man's in the chat being like, does anybody want to talk about Adolf Hitler?
So I want to shout out just a few all-stars here. Linda at the Department of Education has been amazing.
You said you wanted more stupid chats? No, I want more stupid chats like Lesbian Hot Sauce's chat. Where's it gone? Oh, I've lost it! Oh, that's so cringe. He waited for my pants to be down like a fucking creep weirdo. You did say that. You said you wanted to be one guide. When did I say that? Wait, I'm not I'm not contesting it. I just don't know when I said it. Hey, Nuclear Slayer. Hey, Sound Killer. Yeah, I just gotta get... I said it a few months ago. Oh, I can't remember that. I can't remember when I did that. I can't remember what I did yesterday. I will. That's how you do it. That is how you do it. Did he say something Nazi, or was he just cringe? He's clearly just trying to be like a fucking... You know, I'm gonna trigger the libs by talking about Adolf Hitler, and I'm gonna pretend to not be a Nazi and this shit. We're talking about how Hassan gets one guide, and you said you wish you get one guide more. And since then, it's happened a few times. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, ironic Nazi edgelord. He was... Yes, 4chan posting is the best way to describe it. Thank you, HBB.
Or aren't even actually real human beings who are getting hundreds of millions of dollars from the Department of Education for student loans. We have cut that off. We found a lot. We're going to find a lot more.
These are the chat messages I want. I want more chat messages like this.
People claiming benefits that they're not entitled to, or
I want more chat messages like this. You know? This is the effect I want my stream, right, to have on people. That was someone suffering from AI psychosis. Probably not. But, yeah. Probably just an ironic Nazi edgelord. Hey, Soundkiller. What's with the hats they have on the table? I don't know. But they look like an interesting new version of the red hat, don't they? What is going on there? Computer enhance. It says United States of America. Something else. It probably says Donald Trump here. It looks to me, right now, I could be wrong. It looks to me like Mount Rushmore, but maybe with Trump added onto it. There is an eagle and an American flag there, but like this bit here, I think is genuinely Mount Rushmore, but with Trump added on probably, and it's in gold. I think that that is what that is.
Again, sir, sometimes completely made up people who exist purely to collect fraudulent money from the American taxpayer.
It might not even be any of the actual presidents that are on Mount Rushmore. It might be like Trump and his cabinet, actually. I'm not sure.
Rook at the Department of Agriculture.
Can you get it? Can you get like, is there like an official MAGA hat shop? Can we figure out what it is? MAGA hat. Official MAGA hat shop. How do you figure that out?
For something I had no idea until I started this work, sir, that we send hundreds of billions of dollars to the states to administer the food stamp program. The federal government has no insight.
Have you seen the video of Trump and the bald eagle? No.
People who are legally entitled, or whether those people actually even exist. And so we're working on a number of mechanisms to actually force the states to verify that the people who receive these benefits
are actually
entitled
PBP,
to them.
you legend.
And I can go down the list. I've gotten a lot of support from a lot of people in this room. Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz have been particular all-stars on this, and Kim at H&HS. What they've done with the Medicaid fraud, we found tens of billions of dollars in Medicaid and Medicare fraud just from their hard work. We've cut that off.
No, it's fair enough.
We're going to find a lot more.
Hey, Ash, imagine being at work and your boss brings you a hat saying how great the company is and making you wear it. Yeah, that's so sick.
Hey, Mr. President, and I know that Todd maybe has something to say about this as well. But I always try to remind the American people, and certainly remind the cabinet officials. By the way, Kelly at SBA has found tens of billions of dollars that were from fraudulent loans that were giving under the Biden administration, and we've now cut that off.
Hexeth looks like he's having the worst time. I think that the Iran deal is real, and I think that Hexeth has been getting yelled at for the last 2 weeks. That's what it looks like to me. Why are we looking at the back of JD's head? Because he's the one that threatens Trump the most in this room. None of these other idiots that you can see are in any danger of taking the presidency from him.
Recovered a lot of that money. So this has been a whole of government effort, Mr. President. The team really deserves a great deal of credit here. But the final point I want to make, sir, is I'm
not sure. I don't think that it has Trump's head on. Here's the picture of it from the article that PBP sent. I don't think that one of these is Trump's head. There's George Washington and the other guys, whoever the fuck they are. I found the hat on trumpstore.com. Sir Goosebumps, you're a legend. Trump store, that's a crazy... It's not Trump's head, okay. But it is mad. So this is his, like, official site, right? Or, like, if you buy stuff on here, it goes to... It literally goes to him. There's, like, a picture of the ballroom. It definitely is. This is definitely his proper site. Collections. Men, women, hats. Hats. Here we go. USA 250 anniversary hat. Bro, what is going on here? Oh, what is going on? What is that, bro? Oh, is that the Liberty Bell? Okay, so they've got United States of America, 250th anniversary, 1776, 2026. And then they got the Liberty Bell on one side, Mount Rushmore. Kind of looks like they could have tried to make it Trump a little bit. And then they got Statue of Liberty there with Eagle at the back and the Stars and Stripes. You can have it in navy blue. You can have it in Democrat, Republican, or Trump when he looks ill. You know what I mean? The Liberty Bell and AI edition. I mean, it is crazy that it's so 2D. 1,000% chance these hats were made in China. That's what the whole visit was about. This is if you're independent. Oh, they got Trump on the back. I knew that he couldn't resist it. That's so good. He's got 45, 47 on the side. And fucking just Trump in big letters on the back. Oh, that's so good, bro. Oh, that's so good. I just knew that he couldn't not make it about him. I just knew it, bro. That's absolutely fascinating. It's not just the USA 250 anniversary hat. By the way, USA 250 anniversary. There's something wrong with this, yeah? There's something wrong with the way that this is worded. It should be USA 250. Yeah? Or like USA 250 years anniversary hat. $55 is crazy for a hat as well. This is like, I love graphic design, meme websites, making fun of people's projects. It's an awful design. Yes, correct. Does it say where they're made? Hey, ich bin dead. I don't know. About us. Terms and conditions. Someone will be able to figure out. Trump Winery? Wait, just in case it like... I wants my date of birth. Bro, what is this, dude? What is this? Nestled in the heart of Virginia's wine country. Trump Winery, making wine. That's fucking mad, mate. Bro, did they build it on a golf course? It looks like they made it on a golf course. Wait. Wait for it to come back round. Wait. Just look when there's the big wide shot. Look, it's like they put it on a golf course. What? Yeah, is that real? I don't know. Imagine growing wine. What are these grapes tasting like? Is it AI? It very easily could be AI because I don't know any fucking vineyard that's looking like this. He doesn't drink as well, that's right. This wine is tasting like petrol. They've got so many years and years and years of all the like fungicides and pesticides and you know what I mean? That they spray down golf courses with for years. I absolutely guarantee if this is real, he had a golf course that just like wasn't doing that well and he was like, oh, we'll turn it into a winery. We got a load of land, we're gonna turn it into a winery. It was a good idea. Don Jr. came up with it. We thought, yeah, okay. We'll try it out, see how it goes. It's going great. It's the best wine you've ever had. It's in Charlottesville. Well, that's a surprise. That's a surprise, isn't it? Why wouldn't you do beer instead? That's way more American because you can't make white beer, but you can make white wine. That's why that is. That's not a real working vineyard. It might be very young grape plants, but adult fruiting vines do not look like this. Yeah, I mean, maybe they just started it this year. Be kind. You say that, but you can make white beer. I know, but he doesn't know that, does he? He doesn't know that shit. People aren't often being like, yeah, white beer. I don't know. I'm just chatting rubbish. Whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. We figured out the hash shit.
Try to remind the American people that fraud is fundamentally a crime with two victims. The most obvious victim are the American taxpayer. They pay their taxes. They expect
Monsanto Moscato. Avec le terroir de terror.
Victims, people who benefit from these programs that don't exist if we're not.
You can make blonde ale
of the fraud issue. And let me just give one example.
Yeah, but the whole thing about it being white is that it's racist, right? I guess blonde, like, yeah, you could be sexist with it, but you know,
able to build on something you said earlier, sir.
That's not something that's been memed up, right?
One of the people that Todd just prosecuted.
Where did he get the grapes? How long did the wine age?
The American taxpayer.
Listen, he got the grapes from Whole Foods
to take care of elderly citizens, people who worked their entire lives, paid their taxes, should have had dignity.
Oh, hell yeah, with the watermelons. Let's go, Robin.
It was deprived from them from fraudsters who say that they're taking care of them, who collect a check to take care of them, but then abuse and neglect these people. And particularly one man who died because he wasn't getting adequate care, and that guy was still collecting benefits to take care of a person who he had completely neglected. So not only do you have an American taxpayer who's paying into these programs, you have an elderly citizen deprived of his dignity because we're not going after.
Trump's going to fall asleep.
Well, now we are.
How much money did he get?
Sir, hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe more than that, but we think that...
That's fucking insane. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. What are you talking about, bro? They just say whatever. They just say whatever they want. How much money did he get? Millions and squillions of pounds, bro. Shut up.
That exact type of fraud has been replayed all over our country. That particular case was outside of Minneapolis. We expect that there are tens of thousands of people who are collecting fraudulent money to take care of people.
Maybe more is hilarious. Yes, they don't have an accurate number.
The root of as much of it as we can, but
yeah, you need to be getting it for like a century, exactly.
Because you find out how much people have been taken advantage of, but it's certainly very good and valuable work. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to do it.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Attorney General, please.
I'll just to continue to talk about what the Vice President was just talking about. The way that we are actually, it's one thing to uncover fraud.
Who's this freak?
Done, and that's part of it, but it's also prosecuting the bad guys that are doing it. And
oh, this is Todd Blanche. Yeah, because I thought that guy was Todd Blanche.
Everybody in this room has...
Is this guy and Todd Blanche related? Because they look kind of the same.
Inspector Generals. And for many years, these really hardworking law enforcement members would identify fraud, and nobody did anything about it. DOJ prosecuted it, but spent a very little resources on that. So
what is happening on this guy's phone, man?
Days, over 400.
Did you all see that? What the fuck was that?
And nobody did anything about it.
Is this like camera on?
Members would identify fraud, and nobody did anything about it. DOJ prosecuted it. But
he's like closing down his. He's like switching tabs or some shit.
In the past 51 days, over 400 law enforcement actions in this country related to major fraud. That's search warrants, that's arrests, that's convictions, that's indictments that are filed, and that's just 51 days. And
he's got the live stream on.
Prosecutors, it's the FBI agents, it's DHS and HSI agents, it's everybody in this room that has inspector generals that are now, they have been freed up, and it's because of
he's power prompting.
This is going to be a priority of what we are going to do, not just the Department of Justice. Even though we're the prosecutors that are putting bad guys in jail, it's also the law enforcement at every agency.
Records every meeting in preparation for what his Why I Left the Trump Administration book. I feel like every single person who is in Trump's cabinet does that. They're all thinking about the book opportunities of when they eventually like get asked to leave. You know? Tulsi got... Why have they all got piss jars? Chat, I just realized they've all got piss jars. They've all got sample jars to piss in. Every single one of them. This is what you get when you're doing an STD test or like a kidney test. What's going on there? What's that about? That's the Trump wine. Sweet berry wine.
$1 billion fraud. A conviction at trial last week out of Florida. And this was an organization that was stealing from senior citizens in Florida, duping them. There were call centers set up in the Philippines, and they were duping them to buy medical equipment that they didn't need, that they would never get, and that the taxpayers paid for. And so that's a good
covered water glasses so no one gets poisoned. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. If that's the actual reason why, that's fucking so stupid.
We arrested 15 guys in Minnesota last week. The vice president mentioned one of them. These are people that are not They're just stealing, and many of them are here illegally. And so you have people who are in this country illegally.
They're not in a bar. They're supposed to be in a secure room. Yeah. What if the covers get poisoned? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What? What do you want? That's really stupid. I challenge the efficacy of something like this, like a cover for your water so it doesn't get poisoned, right? First of all, where is the water coming from? What do you mean, dude? Where are they getting the water from? Out of the tap in the White House? Because if they're getting it out of the tap in the White House, it's coming from a water tank. You would have to have a big ass water cover on the water tank. The covers the covers are on the glass so they remain pure until RFK Jr. arrives with raw milk to fill them. Ah! Oh, you just made me think of that raw milk party video. Those secretaries haven't seen that water being poured either. That's what I'm saying. You've not seen it being poured. It doesn't mean anything. It's completely meaningless. What do they think is going to happen? Do they think that in this room, someone is going to break in and go, ha ha? What do you mean? How is someone getting poison into the glasses when they are, I don't know, in the room? I don't understand. I don't get it. Is it just they're just afraid? They're afraid of each other. Oh my god, they're afraid of each other. Oh my god, that is what it is. Oh my god, it is actually because they're more afraid of each other. That's so crazy. Yeah, because they're all fascists and they know how it went with Hitler. They know what was going down with Hitler. Hitler got fucking like assassination attempted loads by people that he thought were his mates. That's fucking crazy.
Generosity of the American people. The generosity.
This is just what fascism is. We're just looking at fascism, yeah.
To take care of the people in this country that are the most, that deserve it the most. Children who are supposed to get food at school, and you have men just stealing, taking that money, and so that's what we're.
It just means they don't end up drinking any water and get a headache, yeah. But this is what I mean. None of these cunts are drinking any water whatsoever because they're not the kind of people to think that hydration is important.
You allowed us to stand up a new division at the Department of Justice. It's our entire existence of that division is to combat what we're talking about. And then every U.S. Attorney's Office is now focused on it as well.
Once Trump dies, it will be a scramble for the throne, yeah.
A better place for every citizen in this country and save money.
Secret Service has to earn their pay somehow. They spend all their time making up potential threat vectors to cover, yeah.
And billions of
brain-rotted spy movie shit, yeah.
Just very quickly, before Biden left office, billions and billions were given out. And I mean, I know of many cases, but one, I don't know what's happened with it, but I think you're looking at it. I know Lee was involved in it environmentally. Stacey Abrams was given $2 billion for an account that had $103 in it, an environmental fraud, I guess.
Who is to the left of Trump? That's Pete Hegseth.
In his newly opened account. And before leaving business, they put $2 billion into the account. And they had no reason for existence. They were unable to say what they did with it. $2 billion. Lee, do you want to just mention something about that?
Well, thanks to your leadership, Mr. President, that was canceled. And they no longer have access to that $2 billion.
They fought like hell.
Wait, what?
Go ahead.
In fact, it was...
Trump was just like, someone put $2 billion into a random account. And that's evidence of fraud or whatever. You know, I don't know. And then he goes, have you got anything to say about that, guy? And then he goes, yeah, thanks to your leadership, that just disappeared. And it's just real easy to say that, isn't it? When, like, the pedophile president in chief genuinely just made something up on the spot. And then asks you to, like, you know, come back from that. Like, have you got anything to add, random guy? This question is probably a test to see if you're going to get fired tomorrow. And he goes, thanks to your leadership, sir, that isn't happening anymore. What are you talking about? It was never happening in the first place.
Over $29 billion that it's now been canceled at EPA. You told us to make
Environmental Protection Agency
as
funds.
soon as you came in. After the election, before your inauguration, they were caught on video saying that they were rushing to get billions of dollars out the door before you're swearing in because they were afraid that once you were sworn in, you were going to stop it. Well, that part, they were right.
We did. Yeah, we did.
Wow, that's so funny. Ha ha, hee hee. Oh, they were so scared that we were going to destroy all of the USA's, federal maintenance funding. You know, the Environmental Protection Agency, like making sure that the country just like kind of works a bit by looking after the environment. Wow, they were so scared that you were going to rip all of their funding up, and you sure did.
And,
yeah, we did.
To do it, Mr. President, and the Department of Justice under Todd Blanche's leadership, they just secured another big win.
Hey, Duke of Blonde, how you doing? Welcome in. I just came out from a Green Party emergency general meeting. That sounds bad.
Attorneys making sure that this accountability.
Was it bad? Is it good?
Delivered over the finish.
Can you tell us?
It's been a great
Have I been emailed about this?
And we're building more.
Is it a local thing? I didn't get an email inviting me.
In the United States now that at any time ever before, $18 trillion coming in. That's not including the 12th month. That's 11. And I say it often that the Biden administration had much less than 1 trillion, and we have 18 trillion. And when those final numbers come up, they'll be even higher than that. That's a record in the history of the world.
That's a record. That's another record. Oh, the numbers are higher.
Going into plants, and you are giving them very fast approvals. Thorough.
Okay, all of this is just going to be fucking nonsense, sycophant bullshit. Wait, here's Hegseth. He's going to talk about the war in Iran. That's what I'm interested in. Okay.
And it was an embarrassment. The floors were broken. They had bricks. Some of the bricks were missing. You know where they're missing? They took them out to throw at people. We're going with them. It's going to be a world-class.
Did you hear Pam Bondi has cancer? That's crazy.
A lot of work over there. That was a contribution that I made with some other people. And it's going to be really beautiful. That was really the front door to the White House, but you couldn't even use it. It was so terrible. People would come to the White House, and it was so terrible. So with that, I'm going to ask Pete to talk about some of our great success.
Yes, sir.
Including...
I think he said it when you were away. He was joking about how this guy really loves war. What? Pete Hegseth. It's a local one. Emergency general meeting just means not annually planned. Yeah, I know, but they often happen because of really important stuff, right? You know? But fair enough, if it's a local one, no worries. It's none of my business.
Venezuela, you might talk.
Absolutely, sir. I think, actually, your efforts on the reflecting pool are actually a great segue. If you look at Washington and Lincoln, these are two men that faced monumental tasks and stood up in historic fashion and delivered for the American people. And when you step back and look at 47 years of what Iran waged war against us and our people.
Oh, I love the way that these guys talk about the original fucking presidents, or like, you know, the people that they think are the great presidents and shit like that, and they are literally just guys that were in the position at the time, right? There's nothing special. There's nothing. New word. I've just made that up. There's nothing special about those guys. Yeah, there's nothing special about them, and I think that generally speaking, you know, George Washington, what's the deal with him? He was just the president at the time of the War of Independence or some shit, right? That's it. Was he the first guy? Was he the first president? He just happened to be like the first president, right? It's just like he was just the first president. It's not anything crazy. It's not anything amazing. Lincoln, what did he do? Abolish slavery, but actually, you know, racism was still a big problem and didn't really abolish slavery, right? It's just crazy that they talk about this stuff, and then all of a sudden he's going he starts to go on about Iran has been it's not even Trump saying it. Iran has been bullying the United States for 47 years, and you finally stood up to do something, and like it's just terrible. Absolutely terrible. You've not done anything. You've been humiliated. You've been cumstered and dumpstered by the IRGC. And Trump's already asleep. Hey, stickers for cookers. He was general during War of Independence. What? George Washington. Yeah. Whatever. He just happened to be that guy, right? General during War of Independence, and what they made was a different kind of king that is the president. He's just called the president instead. He's still a king, right?
There's only one man over the course of both presidency who has stood up and said they will never get a nuclear weapon, as Marco said. So whether it was Qasem Soleimani, whether it was scrapping the Obama deal that was going to give him a weapon, whether it was the 12-day war or Operation Midnight Hammer, you created the conditions to ensure the American people and the world are
not Epic Fury. Not talking about Epic Fury. Not bringing that one in.
Safeguarded from this generational threat. And so when you authorized Operation Epic Fury...
Yeah, that was the Lincoln thing. Lincoln made slavery strictly a punishment for doing crime instead of a punishment for being born black. Right, exactly. And it was still mostly... yeah, it's still overwhelmingly black people, you know, who are on the receiving end of that.
Like you talked about with the reflecting pool. We didn't do the same old thing the way we'd done it in the past after, you know...
Did he just say reflecting pool?
...threat. And so when you authorized Operation Epic Fury... just like you talked about with the reflecting pool, we didn't do the same old...
Just like you talked about with the reflecting pool. That's what he said, right? The reflecting pool?
...thing the way we'd done it in the past after... You know,
that's the reflecting pool outside... That's the body of water outside the Mines of Moria in Lord of the Rings. The reflecting pool. What is he talking about?
Iraq and Afghanistan, the way we waged wars. Instead, you said we're going to do this smart. We're going to do it overwhelming. We're going to use maximum lethality.
We're going to speak friend and enter. We're going to destroy the Watcher in the water.
Their air defenses or their defense industrial base. They may have missiles, but they can't build more right now. And they the
cope! The actual cope. Hey, Tori Kabori, how are you doing? With the 11 months, let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Oh, the reflecting pool is a thing in America. It's the one in front of the Lincoln Memorial. Right, okay. 2,000-foot long pool. Right, okay. There you go. I don't know why the alert didn't work, Tori, but thank you so much for the 11 months. Really appreciate you. It is that time of the stream to remind you all that chat, we are so close to hitting the dono goal for the month. If you like what you're watching, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've learned something, please consider donating. I would only ask, right? All we need to get to the dono goal tonight, if we were to get to it tonight, and unlock the 12-hour June 18th by-election Makerfield stream, all it would take is 24 people donating £5. There's definitely 24 people in here. Majority of you have definitely got £5. Please consider subscribing off Twitch. We can also unlock the cat cam with another £2. Yeah. So there's all kind of things in play. So much stuff in play right now. And to consider and think about. Yeah. So please consider doing that. Yes.
Can't build more drones right now, and they can't build more ships. And so they came and cried uncle to talk, which Steve and Jared and the vice president and others are doing so ably. And in the during that time,
it must be crazy. They're just playing pretend. They are just playing pretend. They're in an embarrassing contest to jerk him off and fluff his ego. The reflecting pool is in front of the giant obelisk. It's an ode to hubris. The reflecting pool looks like dog shit right now. Wait, what's the thing about the reflecting pool? It can't be fixed? It's designed to be a long, shallow pool that just reflects the sky, and Donnie painted the bottom blue like it's a swimming pool. Duke Blonde with the £2! Let's go! Thank you so much for the £2. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. We've got Melpo Cam unlocked, so we're going to have Melpo for the rest of the stream. Let's go. Hey, Bubble, welcome in. Didn't they drive a convoy over the reflected pool, damaging it? Wait, what? So he painted the bottom of the reflected pool blue so that it, like... He got his pool guys to do it and they absolutely fucked it. When did this happen? Reflected pool contract has inflated profit margin. What? Did Trump pick the right blue for the reflecting pool? We asked the pool guy. So they're doing this now. This is nuts, dude. What are you... Why is he doing this? They drove cars over it? When did they drive cars over it? The other week? What for? Just give me a minute, Duke of Blonde. I just have to renew my subscription to the Washington Post. For freedom? That makes sense. I'm so glad that they did it for freedom. Okay. Did Trump pick the right blue for the reflecting pool? Bro, what is happening? On May the 18th, painting the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool blue at the directive of Donald Trump. He's just doing, like, things that he wants to do because he's the president. And like, so he could do this because the Capitol is, you know, ran by the executive, right? So, like, you know what I mean? He's just doing shit. When I say shallow, I mean like 2 feet. It's a piece of art. It's not a thing to play in. Yeah, obviously. I always thought that whenever I looked at it. A favor to a friend with a construction company, of course. That makes entire sense. He was having a fancy dinner, and then he was sat down and he goes, you know, some guy called, like, fucking Jeff is just there going, like... hey, Mr. President, you know, my construction company is doing real well. I think it would be really good to pick up some government contracts. He goes, you know what? We've always needed the reflecting pool being painted blue. He thinks he's playing The Sims in the White House. This is literally it. He gets a 3.5% finder's fee with a deal with the Federal Park Service. If he does federal projects, he's inflating budgets to steal tax dollars. That is insane. That is so insane. He's stripping the empire of copper wire. That's what's happening. He's making as much money as possible for him and his dynasty before the empire collapses. And funnily enough, he is also destroying the empire as well by doing insane things. This is ridiculous. They're spray painting it blue. What do you mean? The pool had to be fixed because it had turned fucking green because of the algae. You just clean it! Why are they spray painting it, man? This is ridiculous. Why would you spray paint it? Is it just an excuse so that you have like a big like vacuum compressed air thingy to like pump paint through? Why would you paint it like that? It just, listen, I'm no big infrastructure painter, but this just seems like the most inefficient way to paint something like that. Guys based so worried about non-existent fraud from immigrant and other communities that they don't see him fleecing the coffers and stripping the copper from the building. Yeah. Bro, even if the Dems get in and they don't change anything, they're not going to be able to fix any of this stuff. They're not going to be able to rebuild American empire. It's not going to happen. It looks like the way that you paint a pool, not an art installation. But even if it was like a pool this big, it just seems really silly. Like, just get a roller, right? I don't know. Just like get a roller. Don't they have like specific machines for this thing? Like the things that you use to like paint a road. No, but I mean, even if they wanted to, like, bring America back to its soft power heyday, is what I'm saying. I can't believe this. That's fucking so mad.
We put in a world-class blockade, and they haven't been able to bring anything in or anything out from Iranian ports, and we know from the intel...
Right, get the cat cam on.
Their economy is hurting big time because that is their lifeblood.
Cope.
Again, bringing them to the table. So whether it's
cope.
Through the efforts of your negotiators that they ensure that they never have a nuclear weapon, or we have to go back to the War Department to finish the job that way. We're prepared to do that. And I think even our reach on the dark fleet of Iranian tankers No Iranian tanker around the globe is safe. And we've seen seizures all around the globe, again, choking off their economic lifeblood. But all of this is possible, Mr. President, thanks to the investments that you've made in this department, firing on all cylinders. For the second year in a row, we're at historic recruitment rates. Last year, we said that here. This year, we beat it even faster. The American people are excited about what you're bringing to our department. Our defense industrial base, $50 billion in private investments. Because of the meetings you've held, defense manufacturers are investing in new plants and new manufacturing, new production lines, so that we're getting weapons faster than ever. And then the $1.5 trillion that you've committed to the department going forward, that's 1 million American jobs. 1 million American manufacturing jobs. That's Golden Dome for America, that's F-47, that's B-21, that's $50 billion in drones. We're going to lead the world in drones, shaving years off of production of all of those, everything under budget and ahead of schedule, which is what the warfighter deserves. And we saw it, you mentioned Venezuela, Mr. President, you saw it on display there. Think of the fact that our Southcom commander just landed via helicopter at our embassy, peacefully at the welcome of the Venezuelans, because we're now partnering with them, hopefully.
That easily could have happened last year if you were just like nice to them. That's crazy. It's crazy to just be like, yeah, man, we just landed a helicopter in Venezuela as part of a diplomatic mission. That would have literally been possible last year.
Even on the counter-cartel mission as we secure our hemisphere. So we've secured that southwest border. We're going to war with the cartels through the America's Counter-Cartel Coalition. Venezuela is a big part of securing our energy future and defending the homeland. And then I just want to note one more thing to give you a sense of how committed this president is. Maybe a year ago, he heard the call of Nigerian Christians who were being targeted.
Oh my God, what?
By ISIS in Nigeria. And he said, Pete, I want the War Department to...
It's not ISIS. It's like fucking different, right? It's not ISIS.
Focus on ensuring that we do everything we can.
It's ISIS, but they're related. They're affiliated with
like that
ISIS.
Time behind the scenes, but he never wavered on it. And we got the assets there. And over the last month, and there hasn't been much coverage of this, we killed ISIS #2 in Nigeria, who's most responsible for killing Christians and trying to target the U.S. homeland. And have
Does he take press questions in this?
Killed hundreds of ISIS members who were targeting and killing Christians.
This looks like he's taking press questions. He looks like he's got his press questions face on.
Things we do that the media pays attention.
We're going to keep them. You know, I want to, by the way, just in case I mentioned, keep them. Okay. And don't lower the number either. So somebody said, oh, are there less? I said, I hope not, but...
What's he talking about?
Events here. How
oh, here we go, here we go.
You've done a
resilience and prosperity.
Great. It's been amazing, actually. Any questions?
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Iris Tao with NTD Sister Media with the Epoch Times. You've done a lot to clean up DC and fight crimes here. And as a lot of Americans and people from all around the world are coming to the nation's capital ahead of the major 250th birthday events here, how important is it for you to really keep delivering on these results? But also
Okay, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, man. Why is Kid Rock at the White House so much? What's at the Pentagon? Sorry. Why is Kid Rock at the Pentagon so much? Why is all of a sudden Kid Rock just allowed to like fuck around at the Pentagon?
Hey everyone, this is Kid Rock. On this Memorial Day, we are remembering the sacrifice and service of so many who are not with us today. It's a special day. We're thinking of them. Once again, I wanted to say thank you. God bless all of you for your sacrifice, for your service. Keep on Kid Rocking in the free world. God bless you all.
Wait. No, what?
Keep on Kid Rocking in the free world. God bless you all.
Dude. It's this guy. Bro, it's literally just this guy. This is so dead in hindsight, dude. This is so dead in hindsight. Like the LARPing as a poor and a kid his whole life, exactly. It's such a rubbish video, man. That bit's crazy, man. That bit's crazy. I don't remember this bit from the video. He's like fucking with a little girl. That's so crazy, man. That's so fucking crazy. That's so fucking crazy.
So what does it mean for America's identity on the national and international stage?
So I'm very proud of DC.
Look up Kid Rock's childhood home.
A little more than a year ago, it was a very dangerous place, and now it's a very safe place. It's been incredible what's happened as you see the crime numbers. We had
grew up in a 5,600 square foot luxury home in Michigan.
They were afraid to walk.
Is that true?
It's very dangerous place, very unsafe, and now it's a very safe place. We brought in the National Guard. We worked with cash.
No, dude. No way. No way. That's absolutely crazy. What the fuck? The gaff, the size of the gaff. It's like 2 massive gaffs. It's 2 massive gaffs and a 3-car garage. And like a big pool and shit. He had horses as well. Oh, that is so embarrassing, bro. Oh my god. Fuck me, man.
And Janine is doing fantastically. And
it's like the size of the Arndale, yeah.
And it's now a very safe city.
Multiple RVs.
And you see the grass is all beautiful. We put a lot of new grass in because, you know, like people, grass has a life too. And this grass, it was about a long time. But we...
like people, grass has a life too.
The waterfalls.
Grass is like people, more at 11.
And the fountains are... most of them are in the final
Oh, multiple horses, yeah.
People are writing me letters. People are talking about it. We have some of the most beautiful fountains in the world, and there wasn't one, not one, that worked. We had 29. Out of the 29, not one was worked, in addition to the reflecting pool, which is even, you know, that was the big one of them all, but that was a disaster. So with all of that, and this place is looking beautiful. I rode through it yesterday. Where the fences are down, the homeless aren't staying here any longer. We're helping them out, but we're not, you know, we just can't have them in
the homeless are not here any longer. We killed them all.
Nation's capital. And when foreign dignitaries come in, they're saying, the first thing they say to me, this place has really changed. They saw that it was going down. Our whole country was going down, just like DC was going down. And as you know, the restaurants were closing up. There weren't very many restaurants, and now they're opening up. You can't get a space.
I do remember when Kid Rock shot a bunch of Bud Light cans with an AR-15, yeah.
We have the National Guard, and
that was so cool. What a cool guy.
You know, I want to, by the way, just in case I mention, keep them. And don't lower the number either. Absolutely. Somebody said, oh, are there less? I said, I hope not, but don't lower the number if you don't mind, okay?
We're going to surge this summer, too.
Yeah. They look great. You know what? They give people. We took out 5,000 criminals, hardcore criminals. By the way, 90% of the crime is calculated. They count 2% of the people do 90% of the crime. That's a great number, because when you get rid of 2%, 2% you can get rid of. 90% you can't get rid of. 2%. So 2% create 90% of the crime.
Remember when Kid Rock wasn't a fucking chode? Oh wait, he never stopped. Hell yeah.
91% actually, to be exact. And we moved 5,000 people, Todd, out of here. These are career criminals. Many of them came over from the last administration through the open border, the ridiculous open border, no vetting, nobody knew who they were. They came out of prisons, they came out of, they're drug dealers, there were people from mental
Budweiser still got his money, yeah.
And Washington, D.C. is now a safe and beautiful.
Oh my God, he signed one. Oh my God, wait. We were looking at the... Gobs, that's a great point. Everybody please go follow Goblin Hugger, by the way. I need to check out the rest of them. Where are we up to here? It doesn't even tell you what time. Okay. 1844. Can we see some of the others? I just need to see something. No, he hasn't signed all of them. He's signed Marco's, fucking Nutlick, and I can only assume he's signed Hexeth's. Although Hexeth isn't really like touching his. What about what's his face with the fucking Skex's face? I can't tell. Yeah, no, that's mad. Yeah, that's crazy. He signed a bunch of them. That's crazy.
Many of them came over from the last administration through the open border, the ridiculous...
Yeah, we looked at it before. They're new hats. He's grifting new hats.
Open border, no vetting, nobody knew who they were. They came out of prisons, they came out of, they're drug dealers, there were people from mental institutions. And Washington, D.C. is now a safe and beautiful place. And it's only going to get more beautiful. Yeah, please.
President Trump, thank you so much for having us in here today. What are your thoughts? Why do you think that Joe Biden is trying to sue the Department of Justice, former President Joe Biden, to have his tapes that he did interviews on blocked from the American people hearing them? Do you think that he's trying to hide something? And maybe Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche could comment on if they will countersue and release those tapes to the American public.
Are you talking about it with respect to his book?
With respect to his
memoirs.
memoirs.
I'd like to see it. I don't know. Maybe there's some constitutional reason. I don't know. I would like to see what he has to say, because we can never allow what happened to this country to happen. The man was grossly incompetent, and the Democrats, I call them the Democrats because the policy is so bad, but they came very close to destroying our country. We can never let it happen again, and I hope that you're able to produce that. I think it would be a very interesting reading for people.
On the Strait of Hormuz, Mr. President, Iran wants control of the Strait of Hormuz. Would you accept a short-term deal that allows Iran and Oman to control the strait, and would they have to open it immediately, or would you be open to that happening over a period of time?
No, the strait's going to be open to everybody.
And who would control it?
It's international waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine.
Mr. President, thank you. How much economic pressure do you feel to get the Strait of Hormuz open?
Well, you have to say, the United States has so much oil that we are an exporter of oil. So we have plenty of oil. We're very lucky. We're blessed with the greatest piece of land in the world from that standpoint, and we have more than anybody else. And now when you add Venezuela to it, we have, I think, 64% of the world's oil. And we're getting along very well with Venezuela, by the way. It's being run really beautifully. The big companies are moving in. It's going to be amazing, because it's also, like us, they're very blessed in that sense. But we have natural energy that no other country has. We have more than anybody else. So it's really a world problem, because most of the world doesn't have that. And we're making it available. During the closing, I don't know if you've seen some of the satellite pictures, boats, hundreds of boats lined up. It looks like, I used to say, the Long Island Expressway with cars. They're lined up, and they're coming to Texas, Louisiana, they're coming to Alaska.
Just made up stuff.
Yeah, big boats. Some of them are really big, 2 billion gallons, even bigger than
big
that.
Boats.
They make them up to 4, Chris, I hear.
Even big, really big. The biggest boats are coming to buy so much American oil.
Now they make them up to 4. The 4 are now the big ones. Used to be the 1s. Now it's 4 million barrels of, think of that, 4 million barrels of oil in one boat. But they're lined up, and they're right now heading to Texas, and they've already filled up and they've gone back. In addition to that, you have a lot of boats. You have about.
Chat, I have a mad feeling, right? I have a mad, crazy feeling that what's going to happen is he's just going to keep saying that there is an Iran deal, there's 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 an Iran deal. Every, like, 2 weeks or so, because it brings down the price of oil a little bit, right? Gets down to about $84 to the barrel. And then, like, you know, something insane happens. And it just fucking skyrockets again. So, you know, I reckon that's what it is. He's gonna wait until it's its lowest point, and then it starts going up again. And then he's gonna tell all of his kids to invest. You know, do some poly market bets.
1,500 boats in the strait wanting to get out, and at the right time we'll release them.
Iran wants $24 billion as part of the deal. Yes, get that bag! Get that bag!
It'll come down a lot. It'll come down to where it was before. We had it when I was in Iowa. We had driving by and we saw gas stations, $1.90 a gallon, $1.85, $1.87 were the three that we saw. We had it down in some places below. Now, we can't help but California where they charge so much tax that, you know, you lower it and they charge tax. They've got to straighten the act out in California. But we had gasoline down to a very low number. I think we'll be hitting that number shortly after that whole excursion ends.
Does that give you more urgency?
But regardless...
It's just good stuff. I love the way that he refers to stuff. That excursion.
Regardless of anything, as Marco said better than anybody can say it, you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They would use it instantly. They wouldn't think about it. They would use it instantly. I've gotten to know them. They would use it instantly.
I've gotten to know them.
Mr. President, you've said that you're in no rush to make a deal, but with gas prices that are still high across the country, people are paying more for travel. Does that give you more urgency to make a deal? Why doesn't it?
Well, I'll tell you, the primary urgency, if I said this, it wasn't covered properly, but the primary urgency is that we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, man, that's famously never been said on any mainstream news channels by you. That's famously not happened. What a weave, man.
But at the same time, we have a tremendous amount of oil, gas, coal. We have tremendous amounts of energy. We're blessed with something very special. Those prices are going to come down. They're going to come down fast. I think that you'll see, actually, Todd, I think you're going to see lower prices that we had even before we did this. Now, I knew that
that's a Todd.
We have a choice. We don't have to do anything in 2 years or 1 year or 2 months, because Iran would have had if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, Iran would have had...
This is so good. Oh, I fucking love it. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Iran is literally the dominant actor in this situation. It is quite literally incredible.
A nuclear weapon within 2 weeks from that date, because they were ready to go. And if they had a nuclear weapon, it would have been used already. It also would have been used had I not terminated the Obama deal, the Iran nuclear deal, as we call it. That was in my first term. Had I not terminated that, they would have had a nuclear weapon a long time ago. I would say it was a guarantee.
Iran has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. I'm being so serious. While they're not getting attacked, they have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. It would be so funny if, like, in a week's time, when they stop talking about this so-called deal again, they just go, it turns out that we have in fact got a nuclear weapon. We actually do have a nuclear weapon now. We bought one from North Korea. They were very willing to deal with us. And we have a nuclear weapon now. That would be the funniest thing of all time. I think that would make the markets explode. Do you know what I mean? I think that, like, you know, we're looking at the line going up. We're looking at the oil price line going up and all that kind of business. I don't think we've seen anything yet. I think that something is going to happen soon. It probably won't be Iran has a nuclear weapon, because they just don't need one, right? You know what I mean? This is what we have deduced from the situation. They've clearly demonstrated that they do not need a nuclear weapon in order to actually win a war against the USA. But yeah, it is quite literally like, you know, waiting for something mad to happen. When it becomes reality, I think that there is absolutely no way, right? There is simply no way that Iran are going to change their situation or whatever. They are just actually like, the markets are just going to explode. DPRK becomes black market nuke salesperson, yeah.
That it would have been used, and it would have blown up Israel. It would have.
It's been reported that part of that deal is that Russia gets all of Iran's uranium. There's no way that they will agree to that. That's not going to happen.
Entire Middle East, and that's never going to happen. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, on the shooting last Iran, would you be comfortable with Russia or China taking their stockpile of highly enriched uranium, and have they offered to do that?
No, I wouldn't be comfortable.
Mr. President,
That would not make me comfortable.
is the U.S. considering easing sanctions?
So, like, the thing that you just said in the chat there, that Iran are definitely not offer, like, that's definitely not something that they would do. Even Trump has said he doesn't want that. So who is saying this? Just like no one? Like just some guy on Twitter? Like it's so good. It's so good the way that all this fucking information just like, you know, transits the information highways.
To allow Iran to sell its crude to market.
No, we're not talking about any easing of sanctions or giving money. No sanctions, no money, no nothing. We have control of money that they claim is theirs. We'll keep control of that money. And when they behave properly and when they do what's right, we'll let them have their money. But right now, we're not doing that, and it's not, one thing is not contingent on the other.
Mr. President, on the shooting last weekend, it came barely a month after the third assassination.
You watched it on the news. I'll look for a clip. No, it's fine. I believe that someone has said this. I do believe that someone has said this. And now that you've said you saw it on the news, I believe it even more, because yes, it is exactly the kind of thing that just any Imperial Core news outlet would run with. Yes, part of this deal is that Iran is going to get enriched uranium. It's made up. Iran haven't said that. Iran is not speaking to these organizations. It's not happening.
To you during the White House Correspondents' Dinner. What was your reaction when you first heard about the latest shooting, and what gives you the courage to really keep doing your job effectively without thinking about these threats every day?
Well, I can't think about it, because if I thought about it a lot, you know, I wouldn't be a very good president. I wouldn't be here, probably.
That's one of the best things he's ever said. I don't think about it. I can't think about it. If I did think about it, I wouldn't be a very good president. Dude, you kind of do have to think about it. What do you mean? You are the... Also, you do think about it all the time. You do actually, in fact, think about it all the time. That is correct. That is completely correct.
Be up in some room with a locked door and say, just leave me alone. So I can't really think about it. If it says something that it's a sad part of life, it's a dangerous business. What I'm doing is a dangerous business. And they say, and look, we have been maybe the most consequential, but we certainly have been one of the most consequential. This group has been a very consequential administration. And
yeah.
So if you're not consequential, you don't have so much problem. If you are consequential, you do. So you have to look at that. But it's a shame.
You have to look at that.
It's a very sad fact of life. Look, anybody in office, not only in this country, in other countries too, but when you are a consequential president, your life is in grave danger. I knew that. Yeah.
Mr. President, how would you...
So why has Xi Jinping never had an assassination attempt then? Riddle me this, dickhead.
Characterize the current state of the talks with Iran? I guess if it were a football field, what yard line would you be on?
Well, I think we're doing very well. They are starting to give us the things that they have to give us, and if they do...
A guy killed Andrew Garfield over petty personal stuff, yeah.
Is there a time frame
like, what are you talking about?
Is there a time frame in your mind for...
I mean, it happens quickly. The problem is every time I mention a time frame, for instance, I see, we've been doing this for a few months. Vietnam lasted 19 years. Korea lasted 8 years. Afghanistan lasted many years. They were all many, many years, and we're into it for a few months. And I read about you people like you. What's taking so long? But we're in it. We lost between two big wars, Venezuela and Iran. We lost 13 souls, 13 great people. The parents, great people.
There are thousands of US soldiers dead, without a shadow of a doubt. I'm so certain of it.
And it's a terrible thing, but 13, if you look at the war casualties and the deaths in wars from Vietnam and all that, they lost hundreds of thousands of people in numerous of these wars.
Yeah, and they also reported on losing no troops for the first 2 weeks.
We're very cognizant of that. We want to lose very few. We want very few to be injured. We're very careful. But war's war. War's dangerous, but we've lost 13. I saw the Democrats took an ad putting in the 13 people that were lost. And when you look at hundreds of thousands of people that were lost in the Middle East, Iraq, all the different wars we were in, we have done an amazing job. With that being said, I hate to lose 13. I hate to lose...
James Garfield, I don't know your presidents, so when an American just says the name of a president, I just go with it. I knew that Garfield was a president. I didn't know that he could do that as a cat. But
One, but we've been very capable. I mean, when you think of it, we took over Venezuela in one day. We have done...
You've not taken over Venezuela. That's not happened. That's literally not happened.
Similar job, but we said, well, give them a little chance at the request of somebody that we greatly respect from Pakistan, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. They've been great. They asked us, would we pause the war for a little while because they'd like to, so we'll do that. But we had them beat.
Hexeth face is crazy. I think Hexeth is realizing that things are very bad. There's a crazy look on the guy's face.
No better now. We could close that out very quickly. If we can do it in a different way, that'd be good. If we get everything we want, but we could close that out very, very quickly, and we may have to. I don't think so, but we may have to.
Let's ask about the World Cup, if I could. The U.S. spent a lot of money getting the World Cup here and increasing the infrastructure. Does the economic benefit outweigh the cost?
No, the World Cup is great. It's the most successful they've ever had. Ticket-wise, they've never had anything that sold so quickly. It's amazing because it's the United States.
What
you don't think of
benefits?
I call it soccer. It's just easier to do because we have football and they have two footballs, right? They call it football. They've ever had ticket-wise. They've never had anything that sold so quickly. It's amazing because it's the United States. You don't think of I call it soccer. It's just easier to do because we have football and they have two footballs, right? They call it football.
That's so good. That's one of the all-timers. That's one of the all-fucking-timers, man. Oh my god. This World Cup would be shite. The FIFA-approved ticket scalping? Wait, what? What is this? They sold to scalpers? Oh no. It sort of looks like he's realizing the empire is falling, but also like he's holding in a shit. Can't tell. It's both. Outside of America, they're so poor that they only have two footballs. It's so true.
Most people never thought they'd see anything like that. The World Cup, it's turned out to be the most successful World Cup from the standpoint of what's happening. And then
what?
Thank you so
What
much.
is he fucking talking about, man?
Turning Point USA. I have one question for you and one question for Vice President J.D. Vance on fraud. What's your message to the New Jersey leaders pushing back against ICE operations at Delaney Hall?
About ICE?
Yes.
Or about NICE, as I call it, NICE. The NICE facility. I'd love to change the name, call it NICE. They do a great job, and it's all...
I'd love to change the name to NICE. I just think it'd be nice if we changed the name to NICE.
Paid for protesters. You can see
FIFA set up their own scalping website where you could just resell tickets at a huge markup, but FIFA gets their cut. How does that... Wait, what? So they just... Wait, what? Oh, I see. I see. Or do I see? No, I don't think I understand that. FIFA set up a website where you can resell tickets at a huge markup. So, oh, but FIFA gets a percentage of the markup. Market capture to kick out rogue scalpers. We'll just do the scalpers. The state won't do anything about it. It's going to be a disaster. I think loads of seats will be empty in the US. Yeah, probably. Only official FIFA scalpers may apply. That's fucking mad. They're charging $125 for a seat on the shuttles to the New Jersey game. That's so mad. They're just helping people from the countries that aren't allowed into the USA. Hey, Detaway. Finally, both teams can have their own balls. They don't have to fight over one. That's so true.
The signs are all...
Trump doesn't know you guys invented the word soccer. Did we? Nah, what? Nah, that's not true. Association football. That's where it comes from. That's crazy, man. ASOC equals soccer. Nah, I don't even want it, mate. Nah, you just can have that one. I'm not even asked about that one. Football's much better. I don't even like football. And I'm defending it. I'm defending the name football. The world's oldest football competition is the FA Cup, which was founded by the footballer and cricketer Charles W. Alcock. That's how you know. To distinguish from rugby football. No, rugby football isn't football. Rugby is rugby. I call them a game of kicks. World Cup final tickets listed for more than $2 million. What? No way. Hand egg. Four seats are put on sale for $2 million each. FIFA doesn't set offerings, but some go above $100,000. Governing body takes 50% from both buyer and seller. 15%? Is that it? They'll make a killing. That's crazy, bro. Even if you sell $100,000, you're gonna get fucking, what, $85,000? Mental. Absolutely mental. They won't make a killing if no one's buying. Yeah, I feel like people aren't going to buy it, right? I feel like it's not going to happen. Who can afford this? Literally no one can afford it. FIFA needs to be nationalized, man.
Same beautiful factory. It's a printing plant. In fact, I'm thinking about using it. They do such a nice job. These aren't protesters. These people are fake.
Hey, Emily, what's going on?
And I will tell you, Tom Holman and that whole group, and now Mark Wayne is so incredible. Mark Wayne, do you want to just respond to that? Sure. We run the finest facilities anywhere in the world of their type. But we have some horrible killers. We have killers. We have guys that have murdered numerous people in there.
Social cleansing of football fans, yeah. No working class allowed.
Nobody that runs a facility like we do. Mark Wayne, please.
Yeah, it shows this radical left Democrats' priorities when they decide to go out and protest a detention center where we're housing
new guy unlocked. Mark Wayne?
Rapists, child predators, murderers, drug dealers, and they choose Memorial Day of all the time to go protest something that they say that they're that it's because they're on a hunger strike when there was only a handful of individuals that was refusing to eat because they
There aren't even ways for tourists to get to the stadiums. America has no public transport to get anyone to events. Oh my God.
want their ethnic group or their ethnic right food. Well, they can go back to their country and get whatever food they want. The fact is, we're giving them the calories they want. This isn't Holiday Inn. We're giving them sanitation.
I swear Pete is wearing a suit jacket that's size too small for him. Yeah, that's because Trump dresses him. Trump dresses Pete and Marco. That's how it goes.
Like Governor Sherrill and Senator Kim and Senator Booker to go out and do something like this.
Got the Space Force flag behind him, look.
And we see Antifa signs are literally out there. The local police literally refusing to respond. They barricade it, not allowing our employees to come in and out. ICE has to go out there, remove the barricade, and then you have one of the senators complain.
It's literally illegal to walk to the stadium hosting the final. No, now you're just chatting rubbish. Now you're chatting rubbish. Illegal to walk to the MetLife Stadium. That is insane. What do you mean? How is anyone going to get there? Bro, how is anyone getting there? No one's going to go. Well worth watching in its entirety. There's a video about it, apparently, from this guy. Compares and contrasts the preparations for the London Olympics in Stratford with the preparations for the World Cup at the MetLife Stadium. A particular relevance to this is the 70 kilometers of cycle and pedestrian walkways added in London, compared with a single pedestrian footbridge in New Jersey, leading from one car park to another car park. What does that mean? My brain can't figure it out. I'm too much of a pedestrian. I'm literally too much of a European to understand this. I have a link to a video where someone tried to walk it. Is it this guy? How long is this video? Oh, it's good. Why is it making me watch ads? I'm on my right account. Does it think I'm like not? What the fuck is going on? Oh, why? Why is it doing this? What's the video called? Is this literally what the video was called?
This sign is in a hotel located 800 meters from MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. It says it's illegal to walk there. Well, supposedly.
Pardon me? Hotel guests attending events at MetLife Stadium cannot walk to the stadium and cannot walk back from the hotel from the stadium. It's illegal and dangerous to walk on the roadways surrounding the stadium. Please make the proper transportation arrangements. What? What are you on about? Yeah, drop it in the chat then, Tori. If you got like a short. I'm not watching this whole 20-minute video. This looks like it might be AI. Yeah, Tori, you could just drop it in the chat. You're a sub, it'll let you do it. Yep.
Is it possible to just walk from New York City to MetLife Stadium in New Jersey? A lot of fans have been asking that now that a round-trip train ticket to the World Cup is going to cost $105. Well, I'm going to find out. So I went on Google Maps and I found a route that was 11 miles long and would only take 4.5 hours to walk, but it was all on sidewalks. So I grabbed a pair of shoes that turns out had no arch support and headed off across the George Washington Bridge, which is the only way to get from Manhattan into New Jersey. This is also the busiest bridge by traffic in the world, and you have to share this path with cyclists. After successfully dodging some cyclists off the bridge, I got onto a road and started walking, and next thing I knew, I was just in a town, and it did not look like the town from The Sopranos. And I learned something else about the Garden State.
All of New Jersey is one hill.
But after I actually got to see some gardens in the Garden State.
They should just play the World Cup here.
Soon I was back on these scenic sidewalks, and I kept running into sidewalks that were just closed.
Paris Baguette, shout out to the French.
Sidewalks for some reason, and I started to feel like I was breaking some unspoken taboo where, yes, you have the freedom to walk on the sidewalks, but you're kinda not supposed to. And I definitely felt that way when I was on the sidewalks crossing the bridges. This is the only walkable bridge across the Hackensack River, and given that you can't park at MetLife Stadium and the shuttle bus is going to be $80 round trip, I think a lot of fans are going to try to make this slog. And once you get past the bridge, it is just a straight shot. There's a part of me that's like, this is not that bad. The sidewalks got a little better. I started practicing positivity.
You know, if you took the train, you wouldn't be able to see all these Amazon fulfillment centers.
But this is filmed 4 hours in, and I don't have to walk back. Plus, they're not lowering the fare for children, seniors, or disabled people, and this isn't an easy walk, especially if you brought the wrong shoes.
It's totally socially cleansing. That's the best way to describe it. It's socially cleansing football. Socially cleansed the working class, disabled, elderly, marginalized people who are more working class because of their marginalization and systemic racism, you know, queerphobia, transphobia. You just can't go to the football unless you're like a rich white person. A rich white guy. That's crazy, man.
Like I did, and also if you struggle to read maps.
No, it's supposed to be over there. This is the wrong way.
And yeah, you just can't cross roads because they put them fucking mad barriers in the way. Because Americans are so fucking stupid. Like, they do like Alex Jones shit where they film themselves driving. They just like slam into each other on the fucking road.
This is the wrong way.
But I finally got to the middle.
You getting YouTube TV to watch the thing? That's mad.
It's very tricky to get into, but they're not going to let you get into it anyway. They're closing all the pedestrian access for the World Cup. All right, that's been the walk to MetLife. It took me about 5 hours. I wouldn't recommend it. And now I got to figure out how to get home because I forgot they don't run this train, not on match days. So...
the classic American strode.
One-way Uber back to Penn Station costs $4.
Sometimes I like to watch videos of folks just walking footpaths in walkable places that aren't the US and sigh longingly. That's mad.
$44. Who knows how much that'll be during the World Cup. Please subscribe to Guardian Soccer.
Excuse me.
Is it possible to...
Thank you for that, Tori. That's absolutely crazy, man. That's absolutely fucking crazy.
Because he got splattered with a pepper ball. I'm sorry, you probably shouldn't have been there.
Fuck is this? How many miles did he walk? It looks like New York to the MetLife Stadium. Let's have a look on maps, chat. So Penn State. How do you do the directions thing? Directions. Penn State. Or is it called Penn Station? Penn Station. Not Penn State. That's Pennsylvania. To MetLife Stadium. New Jersey. Right, let's do it. Let's have a look. Does it say? How do you find out? It doesn't look far. It's an hour's walk, chat. So, like, what is that? Look at all these options. It's absolutely mental. What the fuck is going on here? How do you know? How can you figure out how many miles this is? Does it not tell you? It tells you how long it'll take. It doesn't say how many miles it is. Walking is just blank. You just can't. You can't. It'll take you an hour and 55 minutes to cycle it, but you just cannot walk. No walk. That's so mad. Click on the walking man. What, like this? Will that tell you? You can't. It's just, it just doesn't work. Just nothing happens. This is insane. This is what they mean when they talk about suburban food deserts. Yes, I can believe it. Welcome to navigating New York City area. This isn't just New York City. This is the tri-state area. Drive tells you how many miles it is. 8 miles. 8 miles. Basically 9 miles. That's fucking mental. And what? It took him 5 hours? 5 hours to walk 8 miles is fucking mental, mate. That's mental. Like 15 kilometers. I think more like 10 or 11 kilometers. How does the USA exist? That is so wild. He said that his route was 11 miles. Yeah, because he had to do all this shit. Look, when you zoom in, you have to do all this. You go, whoa. This is when you drive, but whatever. Fucking hell, man. How are you supposed to do any of this? How are you supposed to do any of that?
Say about that, the local police. I know a lot of...
Chat, we're getting close to the end of the stream. Please consider donating. We are fairly far off where I wanted to be at the end of today. I was hoping to be at 690 by the end of today. To get there, it means I would have to get £51 in donos. So chat, if 25 of you right now want to donate £5, that would be so good. Please consider doing that. If you like what you're watching, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've learned something, you want to help me pay my bills, my rent, all that stuff, please consider donating. This is my only job. I don't have any other form of income. So please consider doing that. Or you can, of course, subscribe on Twitch, and you can get access to the emotes and ad-free viewing. That also helps me out, but it does mean that I require twice as much as the amount that would be spent. So, you know, 1,400 or like £1,500 in subs versus £750 just on its own in order to get to the same amount. Please consider doing that. Of course, we will unlock the all-night election stream for June the 18th, which is the Makerfield by-election here in the UK. So please consider donating. Of course, it just means that I get paid for the work that I do as well, which is always nice. So please consider doing that. It'd be great if we could get like maybe 20 quid by the end of the stream tonight. You know, all else failing.
They love us, but they're told not to do anything.
That's right.
They love us. They love him. They even love me a lot. And I'm in New Jersey a lot. It's great. I mean, I think it's a great place. It's got a group of people running it now that are having a hard time. But they really like this administration. They love this administration.
Mr. Dang, thank you so much for the £5. Let's go!
We can't get to the World Cup mule. We're just normal men. We're just innocent men.
It's very true.
Any administration they've ever had.
Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream.
And, you know, I see those.
I would just need another, like, 24 people to do the same thing.
I see those
24 of you, chat.
The Jersey turn.
£5 each.
Big, beautiful hats.
We can do it. I believe in you.
I'd like to look like that someday. You know, they're great. No, these are great.
What did he say? I'd like to look like what?
I see those guys going up and down the Jersey Turnpike with their big, beautiful hats on. I say, I'd like to look like that someday. You know, they're great. No, these are great.
What the fuck is he talking about?
And they love ICE and they love the Border Patrol. And they're not allowed to talk to anybody. It's like, but it all comes from.
Thanks, Cobbs.
They have to follow orders. They want to keep their jobs.
Mr. President, are you expecting Congress to pass a federal gas tax holiday?
A gas tax holiday?
Yeah, to suspend federal
Well,
gas
it's something we might talk about. Let's see what happens over the next week, 2 weeks. A lot of good things are happening.
So President Trump, the Knicks game next week?
No, I was invited to the. I was
Thanks
going
to the blue
to go
fella,
on
Johnny.
Wednesday, but they closed it out very quickly. They're great. And Jim Dolan's a great guy. He's, as you know.
These are all really nice. These are all really nice channel point redeems, chat. But what I could really do with it is money. So please consider donating.
Boy, what a team! They win all their games. They have some great players. I think I'll be going to one of the games. Yeah, I was invited by numerous people, and Jim. And
No, Johnny, I wasn't specifically saying it about you.
The Knicks have really suffered for you.
Don't take it personally. I wasn't talking specifically to the people who had done the channel point redemptions.
They're doing right now.
Would you accept an agreement with Iran that just calls for further talks on the uranium, or
No.
is the only option in
No,
your
the
mind
basics.
one
No, I
for?
would for some of it, because it's a memorandum of understanding for speed. And one of the things that will happen is the strait will open immediately.
Yeah, did I give Gobs a shout out? Did I give Gobs a shout out? Everybody go follow Gobs.
Do this to get.
Not Goblin Jam. Don't follow Goblin Jam. I don't know who that is.
Signed was by Barack Hussein Obama. What a horrible agreement that was. It was a setback for this country. For the
Just all the same thing again and again and again. Every now and then he will drop a funny little fucking quip, you know? Every now and then he'll drop a funny little quip, and it'll be worth watching it just for that, to be honest. But it is just becoming so old. We're not even 2 years. Wait, are we? No, we're not even 2 years into this administration yet, chat. We're a year and a half in. And already it's fucking boring as fuck hearing what he's talking about.
world, the Middle East would have blown itself up. No,
I appreciate
And we'd
you,
like to
Johnny.
have the
Thanks, man.
countries we were talking about with Saudi Arabia,
It'll be 2 years in January, yeah. That's what I mean.
we'd like to have them immediately join and Steve Woodcock is working on that with Jared.
Val with the £3, let's go!
But would like to have them join the Abraham Accords. It'll be
Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream, Queen. Chat. Dono Train's happening. It's happening. Slowly but surely, it's happening. I believe we could do it.
historic if they do it. And we would. I think they
Just need another...
they owe that to us.
I don't know.
I think because that really would be a tremendous sign, and I think those countries owe it to us.
Mr. President,
Steve, are you going to get them?
Still 24 people, to be honest.
We're definitely pushing.
23 and a half.
I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know the truth.
This is also what Hitler was like at the end, too. Apparently hiding in his bunker playing the greatest hits. Yo, Red Bear with the £3 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream.
Great countries, bold countries, and
It's happening. Slowly but surely, it's happening, chat.
so effective, and so we're requesting strongly that they join. It'll be great. It'll be great for Saudi Arabia. It'll be great for Qatar and Kuwait, the whole group.
Just need another 23.
more countries joining the
I don't know. I don't want to say that. I'm not going to.
How do I donate? Go to the tip link in the chat. It's there right now. Emily, legend.
Make a good deal right now.
Legend.
Maybe not
Even if you don't end up donating, what a legend for considering
a
donating.
great deal, and if it's not a great deal, we're not making it. So, because we can make a great deal with this guy right here, and but it's it's a lot nastier. Probably wouldn't go as quickly. We wouldn't be talking about.
He's already said Iran's navy is at the bottom of the sea. He already did that. He did that hours ago.
I think we're doing very well, Steve. I think we're doing pretty well in terms of the negotiation, but we'll see. If it's not going to be a real deal, because Obama had that horrible JCPOA, whatever it was the worst.
Whatever it was.
It was a path.
Oh, hi, Soph. Good evening.
Iran to have a nuclear
Everyone go follow
very
Soph.
quickly. Years ago, they would
Sophie
have
from Mars. How are you
might not
doing?
be here talking about it right now. They would have had a nuclear weapon. And frankly, Obama picked the wrong country. He should have picked another country. I won't tell you what it was. But he picked the wrong country when he picked Iran. But we have things understood now with Iran. It's been nasty. They've lost their leaders. They've lost. And it really is regime change. We didn't.
It really is regime change.
But by the fact that we're dealing with a totally different group of people than we were at the beginning. And frankly, I find them to be much more reasonable. I actually find them to be smarter, but I find them to be much more reasonable. This is regime.
This is so good, man. This is so good. This is so good. It all makes it worth it when he starts talking about Iran. It all makes it worth it when he starts talking about Iran. Because it is just like, yeah, man, you have been dumpstered. You have been absolutely destroyed. You know? Yo, Soccer with the £4, let's go! Chat, the dono train is happening. It is happening.
Trump is basically just Hitler crossbred with King Midas. It's so bizarre.
I love it. That's great. Emily with the 25 quid, yo! Let's go! Thank you so much for the £25. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Both of you and everyone who's been donating so far. Chat, that's great. Oh my god. Where are we up to? 679, 680. Pretty much. Mission complete. Pretty much. Chat, if we get another £11 in, I will be happy. We'll be on track to hit the dono goal for today. The mini dono goal for today, and therefore the dono goal for tomorrow. Red Bear with the gifted sub to Emily Dawson as well. Holy fucking shit. Let's go. There's a hype train. Oh my god. Is there a hype train? No. There's not a hype train. Why did you say there was a hype train? There's no hype train happening. Unless I can't see it? No. No, that's not happening. But yeah. Do you want an unofficial hype train? Do we have an unofficial hype train? Dono hype train. Because of course that wouldn't show up on the, you know, in the Twitch chat. And what we could listen to instead, you know, because it's a special bootleg hype train, is a little bit of this. Chat, you know the score. Yo, Tori Kaburi with the £10. Let's go! We've hit the dono goal for the day!
The greatest World Cup of all time.
The greatest World Cup.
But we made it great.
Thank you so much for subbing on Twitch to support the stream. We hit the daily dono goal. Let's go! Chat, thank you so much. That's 2 tunes. 2 unofficial hype train tunes unlocked. It's a hype bus replacement service. Sauron's left eyebrow, let's go! You're right! Come on, chat. This is how you know it's coming up to Pride Month, chat. When I start listening to tunes like this. And you know what's coming in next? Another huge banger. Because we hit the daily dono goal, we'll play another tune. When did this come out? Like 1997? I think it was more like 1995. I'm pretty sure. Because I was bopping to this at school discos when I was like 6. Not 2000? Was it 2000? Maybe. Chat aside for another classic banger. Another tune that makes me think of Pride. Come on, chat, you know this one. Come on, chat. You know this one. Come on, bring it down. Did you have this on CD or cassette? I'm pretty sure I had this on a compilation CD that I borrowed from a mate. Ashley, what's good? Welcome in. Yeah, you don't need to. Yeah, you don't need to wish that you experienced the 90s because, like, all the best things from the 90s still exist, which is like the music and the films. That's literally it. There was nothing else good about it. It's a shame they had to make this video in a car because there's no good public transit. True! Extremely true. I think he could have seen Nirvana and all the jungle tracks. I do wish that I'd have been alive to watch Nirvana, yeah. Now, yeah, the haircut's mad, yeah. The hair in this vid is mental mode. Class consciousness at an all-time low in the US for the entire 90s, yes. And in the UK, and in Europe, just in general, really. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, this tune still goes on. I keep thinking it ends at this point, but it doesn't. Prodigy as well, yeah. I mean, you can still see Prodigy just without Keith. There it is, chat. Little cheeky unofficial hype train. Thank you so much for all the donos. Really, really appreciate the big push at the end there, getting us to the daily dono goal. Absolute legends. Chat, I told you we could do it if we all club together. Anything is possible. Yeah. When I'm talking about dual power, what I'm actually talking about is giving money to me, right? I am a dual power organization. You're funding the djmuel union, right? And yous are all members in it. And you get to vote on nothing. And you have no democratic rights at all. But you do get to say it. You do get to rest in the knowledge that I am paying my rent. And you can sleep soundly at night knowing that that's happened. You could just say union. Wait, what do you mean? Hey, Grandpa Simpson. No vote stockholders. Exactly. Anyway, thank you very much for that little push at the end there, chat. We'll carry on watching this to the end. We've not got far to go.
Change. One regime is gone.
It's the Mjolnir. Yeah, exactly.
Pieces of it.
Exactly.
Some of them are gone too.
Just keep the commie slot coming. Yeah, I will. Don't worry about it.
I think, how can you have...
How can you have...
You know? So...
Yeah, you're an actual revolutionary just by being in the chat. That's the thing. People won't tell you that, but...
This group of people is...
You know, that's not in Marx. That's not in any of them books.
Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay, it's over. Never mind. Anyway, I gotta go to sleep anyway, chat, so I do have to go. Hey, I'm this old. How you doing? Welcome in. Sorry, I think I saw you in the chat earlier. Sorry, I forgot to say hi. Alright, chat. Thank you so much for all the support. Really appreciate you. Thank you very, very much for all those donors at the end for the little unofficial hype train. Thank you, DJ, for the £6.66. Duke of Blonde for the £2, Mr. Dank for the £5, Val for the £3, Red for the £3, Sorka for the £4, Emily for the £25, Tori for the £10, and Red Bear, thank you for the gifted sub to Emily Dawson. Appreciate you. Legendary stuff. Thank you for all the follows. Thanks for everything. Listen, we're going to go raid Ray. Long time since I raided Ray K. Please join me for the raid. It'll be fun, I promise. Make sure you copy and paste the raid message. Use the first one from the / if you're a sub. The second one if you do not have a subscription to the DJ Mule stream, because you won't be able to post the emotes and they won't look how I've posted them in the chat. Yeah, thank you so much for all the support. Really appreciate you. Make sure you check out my socials. Make sure you check out my YouTube channel. Still got a new YouTube video there that you could go and check out. Make sure you watch that in your free time. Obviously, this isn't your free time. You're here to support me when you're in the stream. This is not your free time. You watch it after the stream. That's your free time. Okay. Thank you for all this. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the donos. Thank you just for being here. Thanks for lurking if you're a lurker. And if you've been watching the stream on the VOD channel, please give us a like, comment, and subscribe, and let me know what you think. I will see you all tomorrow. I'll be back. Same mule time, same mule place. We'll cover the news. See you tomorrow. Good night, good night, good night. Mwah. See you tomorrow.